Welcome back to the show. Wow, what a massive development update. We are fresh off the heels of, Matt. I don't know about you, but I've really been enjoying the new shadow dropped pirate game mode that they've added to the game. It's great.
See, I wonder if what we saw yesterday, very, very late in the evening, was what they intended or not. I wonder.
I am almost... Okay, like, I'm not 100% sure, and it's not like I've heard from anyone, but yeah, it was weird. Like, all of their timings were off from what they normally do, and the thing is, like, what they posted, there was no reason for that to be delayed, because they posted so little, right?
They posted an image and a paragraph.
Like, yeah, so that should have been able to... just be done. Like, their usual time is like 11 a.m. California time. The latest, usually, it's like 11 or 1.
Yeah, we usually
PM.
We usually expect it 5 or 6 our time.
Yeah.
Which, for context, it's 6:45 right now, so...
Yeah. Whereas I'm sitting there, like, last night at, like, 10:59 p.m., like, hitting Command R on my laptop, like, come on. Oh, and then, yeah, it's basically nothing. So... Yes. Do we think they had something else planned and that this was a quick thing that they did in response to something going wrong? To be honest, I really wouldn't be surprised. And there may even be some evidence for that.
Yeah. I'll start with my evidence, which is literally just there are certain people online. There's certain people in the World of Warcraft sphere who are really, really bad at hiding that Blizzard devs just tell them things. There are quite a few of those.
Talking about
I'm talking about Towley and Max.
Max?
Yeah, Towley and Max are probably like, and I don't mean any harm by it. It's literally just they get told things.
Oh no, I'm sure you mean a lot of harm, Matt.
Of course, I always do. But if you say you don't mean harm, then you're immune from all backlash, so it's fine. So those two particularly seem to they always stream when things happen. They're always like, you can tell from their behavior what they say. They're like, oh well, clearly there's a thing happening now, and they know. Like, they have people telling them. And that's obviously fine. But, Tarly and Max both made a huge big thing about it. Made a huge big thing about it all.
I've just seen what you've done for the title of our stream. This is incredible, Matt. Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah.
A very highbrow joke.
I mean, everyone who watches us knows I am incredibly respectful.
So Max logged in to his stream and there was no...
Yeah, Tali was making a big thing of it, and then there were so many jokes about they'll hit it live, they'll send the post whenever Max goes live because he was not banned, but there's something stopping him from multi-streaming or something for 24 hours.
Whoa. And
that ended late last night, and everyone was joking on Twitter. We're like, oh yeah, they're just waiting for this to go, and then Max will stream, and then they'll send it. And we're like, that's interesting. So that's and a few. I don't know if we have them in our doc. We might do. But there's a few tweets from Blizzard devs been we're working late today, or I think it was Zorbrix was having a late lunch at 4:30 p.m. And you're like, why would a producer be having a lunch at 4:30 p.m. today of all days when all you had to do theoretically was have one image and 2 paragraphs? That doesn't line up. That doesn't line up at all. So
look, maybe he had indigestion earlier, lost his appetite,
possibly.
It could be a simple answer, Matt, not a grand conspiracy. Or maybe it is the grand conspiracy. So, yes, do we think, on the balance, if you had to bet, it's that I would bet that their plan changed. Now, I'd say it's maybe a 65% chance that their plan changed, but that's still enough that I'm going to bet in that direction.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, especially with what Holly responded to Mr. GM. Because Holly said something along the lines of, it was Mr. GM was talking about the fact that it's not going to be a global release, and it's going to be the usual sort of patch release cadence of all you NA beta testers get it on Tuesday, and all of us second class citizens, because we both get the bad end of the stick. You see, they have to beta test, but we get everything spoiled, so no one wins. I will get it.
Yeah, but they don't get to enjoy it. Yeah, so everyone loses. All's in balance.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone loses. But our side of the pond, our side of the ocean, will get it a day later, like every other patch. But then she said they really wanted to do global release, but like basically tech issues just not going to happen, and it's like they're something about them learning along as we are as well, and you're like, yeah.
Well,
certainly are.
given does Holly have an ability to tell the future? Because earlier on in her a word about World of Warcraft or whatever it is blog post in February, she did say things may break, bear with us, and it really did look like that.
Feels like something definitely broke, yes.
I have a feeling whatever they're trying to do is reasonably new and different. That certainly makes me think about this blue icon. Is that going to be an icon for like a different WoW.exe?
Okay, so
well, is this going to be like something very different and very weird? Because they keep on like the standard of expectation setting. They've continually said, no, this is really different. Really, really different. Like, it's at the stage, like, they can't say that, and then it's only going to be a little bit different.
I mean, they can.
They can.
It would be a horrible
very
mistake.
silly.
Yeah, it would go horribly wrong, but yeah.
But no, I think it is something very different.
Yeah, so let's actually get into because I was going to segue off you talking about conspiracies, because you know what happens when people who are deep in a community get a crumb, just a little breadcrumb.
Oh, what's the
and there's
conspiracy?
nothing else to do. So you have to ration that breadcrumb, and you have to somehow magically, not to evoke the religious sort, but turn, a loaf of bread into whatever else. Bring your fish and bread, do a bit of Jesus work. So here we go.
That's what we do every week, Matt.
Yeah, we turn no news into some news.
Yes. Our informal name for this show is A Bit of Jesus Work. So yes, what's going on? Well, we've learned that patch 10.2.6 launches next week, or should I say begins next week. Things that have a beginning do have an ending, and this is something that will have an ending because it is a time-limited thing. Now, I think a lot of people are taking this in the context of if this is like a different client download, if this is like actually a different thing because they said that it's something that should be able to appeal to literally everybody, like if this is completely new and different, then I wonder if that would change some of the discussion we're about to have, because a lot of people are talking about FOMO and such. But yes, this begins March 19th.
No, because if it ends, it still has FOMO. But anyway, yeah, this begins March 19th. Or the 20th if you're a second-class citizen. And it's a bold new limited time event.
Bold.
You won't want to miss out on the fun.
It's bold, Matt.
Yeah, I love marketing copy. Season 4 will go live several weeks after this, so we're still a way away, but 10.26 and the client will bring Season 4 data in, so things will be data mined for Season 4, like basically dungeon changes and numerical changes, class tuning. That'll happen. And just a wee bit of, do your shit before Season 4 begins. So, this is the kind of interesting thing. This is a new icon.
This is a new icon.
This isn't a recolored icon. This is a new icon. Mm-hmm. It's literally brand new just for this, because I'll see if it's actually down here. Is it down here later on? Oh no, we're actually... Dakar, you've been slacking on your conspiracy theory gathering this week. Because...
Well, that means you have to bring the fresh conspiracy to us, man.
Yeah, so you see this?
Yeah, those runes.
Yeah. This is the War Within logo.
Have they not always been there?
But this is the War Within logo before it's broken. So
it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is, because it's that and black, and
yeah.
What's the World of Warcraft logo we use in our stream notes? Is that the War Within? Because it is also the same color. Like your little icon on that page. Or is that just a coincidence?
It's not the same color at all, you goof.
I mean, it's a little bit. It's a bit similar.
No.
But yes, that is War Within looking.
It's the War Within logo. Yep.
Now, for a little bit of conspiracying, I mean, it's not much conspiracying, but the image is freehold.
No, it's not.
What?
It's not freehold. It looks like freehold. It's freehold assets, but it's not actually freehold.
Oh!
This is what I was talking about when people are digging in and finding stuff.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
That's more spicy.
I can see how you look at that and go freehold, but it's literally not, because that's freehold and that's the wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
And
this
that's
is...
from the Irontide Raiders
Yeah.
banner is over there. So what's going on? What's going on?
Bit of Plunder Isle,
Yeah.
then?
So, funny you mentioned that.
Oh.
There was a map that never got implemented called Plunder Isle.
Shit.
And we don't know if it's been worked on yet. So, there you go. So yeah, there's like people have been looking to try and find it immediately, which again is like, there's a blurred background. Where's that? Is that what I think it is? Oh, it's not. Oh God, what does this mean? Which actually does.
Well, it's the internet. Like, remember what happened when Shia LaBeouf tried to, like, put a flag
Yes,
up,
the
like,
flag.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So, yes, that's good. Ellie's brought up the Plunder Isle thing. Plunder Isle. I did a video of that a while ago. Also called Hiji, apparently, in the ancient, or that's the original troll name for it, if some community speculation is to be believed. Yeah, so we still don't know what it is. They said when it's happening, but they gave us absolutely no details other than this image, which is meant we can sleuth, and it does appear then to be a new location.
Yeah, a new location that is using the Irontide Raiders banner,
Yep.
which is, that's literally just, it's pirates.
Yeah.
So it is pirates, so obviously the skull and crossbones. Now I will say, this isn't a skull and crossbones, this is something new.
Yeah.
This is different. This is better than this is actually a really cool. Obviously, you've got your cutlass and your eye patch. I like that. I like that quite a bit. But it does kind of leave you wondering. This is going to be a new area. So if this is a new area and completely detached, then maybe a tiny new client, a tiny one,
Tiny new client. Yeah.
just a little bit of. You don't have to load half the game into it if you can just download whatever assets. Obviously, you'll need to have a lot of
Oh, of course, that side of it
character
too.
assets, but all that, yeah.
Yeah.
What if you? Because what was one of the strongest parts of Vampire Survivors existing?
Well, it can run on anything and will download instantly.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is useful.
yeah,
And we do know we know that they have been literally testing with something that they called Vampire Survivors mode. We saw the data mining fragments of that back last December. I think it was early December.
yeah. So if we wanted to go like full speculation territory for what is the most outlandish thing, then yeah, that's definitely not happening. Let us cook, Dark Soul. Let us cook. Let's cook. We just have to speculate. Otherwise, would say, well, something might happen. We'll see you next week when it does. And that would be
I
very
have
entertaining.
also heard things on the grapevine that tell me that this is at least something that could be in the running.
Yes. So obviously, like people have kind of talked about it, and
To be clear, not from anyone that I know at Blizzard.
Generally speaking, where there's smoke, there's some sort of fire.
Yeah.
I don't want to say, well, then community schizophrenic hallucinations just are true now, but there is clearly the fact that it's a new icon entirely is that's more work than you would need to do. They've never really done that before.
Yeah.
So what if this is the icon for a thing that you download that is functionally Dragonflight 10.2.6 and 10.2.6, the patch is getting shipped as well. But this is a sliver of the client that runs off somewhere else that you can just
Basically,
download and play.
it is built using game version 10.2.6.
Yeah.
They deploy a version of that is really pared down in terms of assets and what you can do, which is something they should be able to do fairly easily. But yeah, then regular Dragonflight can also be 10.2.6. That actually makes you wonder then, is this something that we can do on our normal Dragonflight client, but maybe classic people can log into the other one? Because they're maybe not expecting, say, Season of Discovery people to have a full install.
Yeah, because that's one of the I don't even know if I said it, but I definitely thought it when it was they clearly want people who are Season Discovery players or hardcore players to maybe give retail World of Warcraft stuff a chance in some capacity. It is literally a big ask to go, could you please download 120 gigabytes? If WoW's not more than 130 or 140 at this point, it certainly gets bigger and bigger every time we blink. So it would make sense if you were trying to... Now, this is a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
That is a substantial amount of engineering work, which I suspect they are pretty much all of their engineers, I'm sure, are going to be on War Within and Midnight Features. But at the same time, they could just pull this out of a hat. They could have been working on it for a while. So I don't want to be super hopeful, but I would not be overly surprised if this was a new minuscule download with an entirely separate gameplay loop.
But perhaps one that we could access in Dragonflight. Because it's all 10.2.6, so whatever's there can be on our game build. And I mean, it's the same game build. It's just like how many assets are, or if you know what I mean, right? I don't know what it's like, architecturally for them.
There's certainly some question to be had there of, could they just go, well, here's Dragonflight plus Pirate Thing. Here's just Pirate Thing, I guess is the question. But
because the one thing that I would be fairly sure on, though, is that they would want this to be able to fold into Dragonflight and into War Within. Looking at this, what it looks like to me is them trying to do almost like the Legion pre-patch event. And that sounds insane. And I don't mean it literally, but what I mean is whenever the Legion pre-patch event came out, it was, in that case, so insane for leveling characters that it led to a massive reactivation of World of Warcraft's subscriber base. I mean, I remember as we were discovering things, I was like, we would discover a new method and then I'd put like an updated leveling guide out. And I think at that point, our channel got 7-point-something million views within a month. And of course, our numbers now. That is, and like we're so much bigger now. So that just shows like it bloody well also it was Legion. But I think just that you could like level so many characters and, get so much progress in your account almost in that event, it just reactivated loads of the lapsed community as well. So with something like this, I think this is Blizzard basically trying to get people back into Battle.net, playing something in the modern client. Maybe a character can get something in this and then be transferred over. Because if you're thinking about a Season of Discovery player, they're probably not copying their Season of Discovery character over to this.
No.
But whatever they do in this, surely they will be able to carry that into Dragonflight and the War Within, because one of Blizzard's main goals is to get more people for War Within. As much as Season of Discovery is good, that just gets them more regular subscriptions. But, overall game health, but also business health. Like, you want people to be on your new thing. And okay, like, Season of Discovery is a new thing, but, monthly store mounts. They obviously want people in the War Within. So, yeah, I think this is basically like a massive, almost a, like, get out the vote campaign.
I don't like the comparison, but yes.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate, how do we get students to come to our event? Free pizza. So that's what I think they'll be doing. I just have a feeling you'll be able to, I don't know if it's levels. It's probably not gold. That would be really silly. But whatever it is, I just have a feeling you'll be able to make a lot of progress with this. So yeah, right. Okay. That's that. And I guess that's why we think that there could be a pared down client intended at the very least for classic players to download so they can quickly access this. And then maybe there is some sort of way, it would be easy. A character in that pared down client, like it's still 10.2.6. You can just easily put that on regular, World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Modern. So, okay. Interesting.
That's the working theory, realistically.
Yeah, that's our working theory.
Is it very hopeful? Yes. Could this be basically a nothing burger? Also, yes. For balance, worth saying that is possible, but
it could be.
But it's not looking likely to be nothing like.
Could be. In the same way a gamma ray burst could irradiate Earth. It could happen. But it probably won't, because
but I'm hoping for that one, so it's a bit different.
It's like it would be so monumentally stupid to hype this up and then to have it be nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
And
exactly.
I actually don't think that. I don't think they would make that. I don't think they'd make that mistake.
No, there's
although you could say with yesterday they certainly came close to it, and that's even part of why I think that this was all not necessarily their plan.
Yeah, there's far too much going on for this. Like, this is.
I mean, hell, one of the people who was I was linked to them tweeting, a Blizzard employee, like they were an engineer.
Was it Orlando?
Yeah. Yeah, one to Orlando, and then Zorbrix, who is a game producer. I think a lead game producer. Now, so right, you've got the producer's having his lunch late, and at least one engineer is tweeting about a busy workday. Okay, so there's that. But we also have the other thing, no global release.
Which
This is the end.
I'm going to assume this is... I imagine just the same reason everything else is like, if they expect this to be a big thing, and World of Warcraft barely functions as it is half the time, like it is no harm to it. It is a miracle this game works. Like 100% is. It's a miracle it works anywhere near as well as it does.
Like every video game is hell. Every piece of software is hell. Not an old one. Like it's probably just made of sellotape at this stage.
Yeah, it's nuts that it works. So I'm assuming this is a case of, we would love to do a global release, but if we do that, then we have twice as many people doing this as we can look at, and it's all going to go to shit. Which is obviously, would you rather them try something and it be a miserable nightmare experience? Or do you rather them say, hello,
Okay,
we're not going to give you a miserable nightmare experience because we know it won't work?
you say that, but the only time we get a global release is expansions.
Yeah.
In Modern. Now, like, yes, Classic has been doing global releases for a while now, but Classics, I mean, clearly that's been dealt with in design, whereas Live has never had that. So if we were to assume that, our theories about there being a microclient aside, or maybe actually especially if there is a microclient, there may be some reason why doing global release on the main, like the Live Dragonflight branch, this just technical reason that we don't know about.
It's literally like bug fixing, server load, all those same things. We go, well, what if we cut the amount of users we're going to have by half for a day? And then we can address problems. I think that would have potential.
For what it's worth, though, Holly said they really wanted to.
Yeah.
She said, we really want to do, we discussed it a lot. This is like wearing 2 eye patches on a unicycle in rush hour. Exciting and unpredictable. We will all be learning together in this one.
She has a way with words at times. I appreciate it.
That is the most like, well, boys, we've got to go get Jerry. We have no idea where anything is, but fucking get in the little dinghy. We're going on a commando raid.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's, I don't know. I like the energy.
Yeah, well, hang on.
You know what they say about a small company sometimes should act like a big company, but a big company should act like a small company. I feel like there's like a pretty decent job of that is being done.
Hang on a second. We can dig into this deeply.
2 eye patches.
It's like this is like wearing 2 eye patches on a unicycle in rush hour.
2,
that is
1, and fast. What does it mean?
This is actually a reference to Rush Hour 2. Great movie. No. The unicycle, maybe it's Rush Hour 1. Rush Hour 1 and 2 are having a crossover with World of Warcraft. I see all you saying, see if these crossover. I see that. I also see everyone talk about the hero talents. We'll talk about those right since we're done here. They dropped like 12 hero talent trees.
Don't do see. No.
DK's get to ride on the horse. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, Ride of the Apocalypse might not be scuffed. But
okay.
So I actually thinking 2 eye patches in a cycle rush hour, just for the sake of it. Why not see if there's anything we can glean from this? That's a very specific analogy, right? And I'm not saying she tried to tease anything. I'm just trying to say she built the analogy in her head. What building blocks did she use to build that? 2 eye patches is a lot of eye patches.
So I think what we understand from both eye patches is that this is an unprecedented move.
Yes. So
that's my reading of these tea leaves. Do you know what this is like? This is like on GB News whenever something happens with like a royal, and they're like, we have got a professional body language expert. You know those people who kind of do the whole royal family body like language reading expert shit? It's like one of the boomer grifts.
Yeah,
but we're basically doing it now.
Yeah, we're doing a
boomer grift.
We're doing a millennial World of Warcraft grift.
Incredible,
fantastic. No, I like actually genuinely. I think a unicycle is something you're operating that isn't very, it either requires a lot of skill, it's difficult to operate,
and also
unless you're the guy in
Holly
Belfast.
Longdale.
No,
and Holly is tall.
You're going too far.
Now, if you're tall and on a unicycle, your center of mass is going to be higher. You're going to fall over easier.
So this is a gnome-only event?
Well, no, I'm just saying that this is also a deeply personal analogy.
I'm trying to be serious here.
Are you?
I'm trying to be serious. You're taking the piss.
You are?
I am, yes.
Oh my God.
I genuinely am trying to be serious. I know I don't do it very often.
I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to actually glean something from this. So in rush hour, obviously that implies that Holly expects it to be very busy, which means this will be a big event bringing lots of people in. Unicycle, that's something you operate. So they're trying something new and interesting technologically. And 2 eye patches means that there's some form of self-applied restrictions that are beyond. So the engineers are doing this, are typing all of the code with their non-dominant hand. They've got a new client and there'll be loads of players. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, you've got them dead to rights at this stage.
100%. I can see right through you, Holly. You can't escape. I'm actually serious. I think looking at that, I'm like, oh, they are actually trying something.
Yeah, she really is communicating. We have never done this, and it's probably going to be very big.
Yeah, but I said that in many more words. More or less.
That is the job.
It really is. It really is. So yeah, like I think it's just they would have liked the global release, but for some reason they don't feel comfortable doing it, even though they want to, which implies that there's technical issues. Which I like that. I like whenever they're willing to come out and say we would also like to do that. However, this shit's hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, then I can empathize with you instead of going, why are you not doing it? And they just say, reason? Oh, actually, yeah. Yeah, reasonable, fair.
So, Matt, they're threatening to pull out of NATO, and they are spoiling World of Warcraft content. What on earth are we going to do about the Americans?
Nukes.
Nukes it is. It's time for Trident.
Hit LA, San Francisco, New York. And is there anyone else? DC Flickrack. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the Americans wouldn't be angry if that happened.
Yeah.
So anyway, to be a bit more serious, you, in return for beta testing, do get all of the things early. In this case, I don't really think there's going to be like story spoilers. This will be more like how card game players consider like the reveal of a card to be a spoiler. So yeah, whatever this game mode is, I think we will just have to watch a bunch of people in that other that other part of the world play it, and we won't be able to, Matt. Won't that be terrible?
We'll have to do the whole late shift, which is funny because I know it's like a day release. It's actually closer to like 12 hours half the time.
Yeah.
Like 12 or 16 hours. But it is the case of it is a little bit frustrating that they're like, here's a big secret thing, and they're like, yeah, well, it's not going to be a secret for half the player base. And you're like, that's not true because just don't go online for it. But
yeah, I know, I get it. There is that kind of more magical feeling experience of being there right at the cutting edge when literally nobody knows and you're one of the first people to do it.
That's why I see the Discovery is so good.
Yeah, to not be able to do that really sucks. And I suppose with game releases broadly, well, the world is pretty much used to global releases now.
Yeah, massively so. Massively so. And that still has still every multiplayer game that gets vaguely popular still dies.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to ever change realistically. But it is a little bit frustrating.
I really do love how, like, Dakor just scrolling through Twitter. It's like our show's version of going out onto the streets with a microphone.
It's great, isn't it?
And just asking random people. So, when we go to, has the hype been killed, Matthew? Well, according to Neo here, what a letdown. Kind of a lot less excited now. Need to avoid all WoW social circles for a day. While Jacob, as Matt just said, it's more like 12 hours, so we should be able to make it.
Just go to bed early. Realistically, that's actually that's what I'll just do. I'll just go play a game and go to bed and wake up. Oh, the server's live, which is weird. But
I can understand the excitement going away. That is fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. They clearly know it. They wanted to make this global release. We have to assume there is a reason why they haven't, but also they're discussing global release internally.
Yeah, that's the good news they take away from this.
So the question is, who is going to have a worse sleep schedule, Max or Scripe?
Oh, Scripe every day of the week. Every day of the week.
I see, because people always talk about that like from the perspective of the competitive race to world first. But it's like no matter what you do, it's actually really interesting in how the different times do or do not advantage people differently.
Yeah.
But anyway, the FOMO. We should probably talk about the FOMO as I suppose it could be called.
I see a lot of people in chat asking what we're even talking about. It's this. It's 10.2.6
Oh, yeah.
being March 19th next week. Or March 20th for you.
Because the development update ended up being like a
Not a
few
development
lines, which, yeah, we're kind of assuming everybody knows, but because it was so little, it won't have spread, meaning most people won't know.
Yeah.
Which certainly does mean that your title and thumbnail for the stream will have done quite the bamboozle.
Yeah, that's why you put single quotation marks around something and then no one can call you a liar.
Easy. That's it. How to win a libel or a defamation or whatever.
Absolutely.
It's a quote, bro.
Man, this is a complete sidebar. And this is actually, I can relate this to World of Warcraft because I'm sure it's why, like, there's a lot of people talk about, like, botting and gold trading and stuff like that there at all times, like, against TOS or not against TOS. At big game companies, did you know that, at least for some, a part of banning someone is actually making sure that if you're banning them from your service, you're actually bulletproof if they decide to sue you?
Oh, that's fun.
Harada of the Tekken team, the director of Tekken, recently was talking about that on Twitter, saying that they can't just see someone online, like they can't get a Twitter, like a Twitter video of like, here's someone, cheating, here's someone like disconnecting in the mid-match for advantage. Okay, well, we'll ban them. They're like, no, we have to basically run a wave of bans by legal and go, here's why if these people collectivize and try to sue us for denying them access to their purchase, we have legal liability, which is usually just somewhere in the EULA or the TOS, but they have to actually make sure of that. Which is interesting because you think about it in World of Warcraft terms, and it's like, well, what if you can't just ban people willy-nilly because they paid for your game, unless you like ban them and refund them. But even then,
yeah,
it's kind of funny. That don't know why that came to my head. But yes.
But it is interesting, and does it doesn't actually lead us to FOMO at all, but we're going to talk about FOMO anyway. God damn it. So, right. The talk of FOMO here. Now, before we get into it, because I do actually want to strive to be reasonable on this, but the immediate reaction is, why? Why? Because you're just going to spend a bunch of effort, you're going to do a thing, and then you're going to take the thing away, which then means you've just deleted all that effort that you spent building the thing, right? People will then feel like, oh, great. If I don't log in, I will not be able to do it again in the future. You think about features like the, what's it called? The Nightmare? The Nightmare mount that you do all the...
Lucid Nightmare?
Yep. The Lucid Nightmare mount, like, that's not a time-limited event. It's just a cool mount you can go and get through a big old thing of secrets and a puzzle at the end, or the deaths of Chromie, or, any of those little things. So what are, for what people are saying, oh, it's limited time. Cool, what little interest I had has evaporated completely. Limited time event, oh, would you look at that? All my hype and excitement went out the window. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why you should close your windows or get an excitement. Oh, fuck the joke. I'm abandoning it.
Mosquito net for excitement.
That's it. Yeah. So, all of this, completely understandable. Especially because we do not know why it is time limited. Now, the thing is, sometimes it makes sense for something to be time limited. Sometimes it does not. Sometimes it makes sense for something to be time limited, but then persist, albeit with diminished rewards or something being a little bit different. So it kind of depends on the design. Like if this is designed as a thing that you do before the war within, then maybe parts of its design would not be sustainable in the long term. Good example, the Legion pre-expansion event, with how quickly you could level your characters up. I mean, like, literally, you're getting like 30 levels in 30 minutes. It was insane. And it, people loved it because obviously they were just getting levels. You're almost like leveling your character and then thinking like, how much would all of this cost if I was buying boosts? I mean, there's that perspective too, but anyway.
That's a dire one to bring in, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's like that kind of point in the discussion because it brings a little bit of the financial incentive directly to it, which is kind of like
that side. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah.
On the FOMO thing, though, I think we could all agree that the pacing of that event, like the Legion pre-expansion, that was really good for the 2 or 3 weeks that was a thing. But it's probably not something that should be an evergreen feature of the game because that as a source of experience is way too competitive with everything else in the game. So if you left it in the game, that's the only thing that people would feel like they, like they could do. So that's like one example of sustainability in a game feature. You could say that, now this is, when I say you could say, I'm definitely not saying I am saying, but a good example would be like, not a good example, an example would be like the gold making you could do from your garrisons in Warlords of Draenor, where you were just printing like tens of thousands of golds a week. It was mad.
Oh yeah, the brief period of time in World of Warcraft history that destroyed the economy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things where, like, that's an example, obviously not of a time-limited event, though I suppose it was limited by, it getting tuned eventually, but that was an example of something that was unsustainable. Right? It was not a sustainable design, even though it was fun or engaging at the time because of the level of reward. So it's quite tricky when we don't know what this event is actually going to be to really judge this.
Yeah, I think, like, I completely understand people going FOMO bad, right? Because FOMO is one of the patterns in design that is used, especially in World of Warcraft, especially in MMOs, it comes across as pretty bad. Yeah. Hyper specifically in MMOs in World of Warcraft, because people take FOMO to mean you have to do this thing now, you're pressured into doing it, or you will lose your, you'll lose the opportunity to get this thing, which is investment in the long term of this game. Yep. It's like people aren't as mad at it when you look at, say, like a rotating game mode in a shooter. Mm-hmm. Some people be a little bit mad. But, when it was 2007 and Bungie changed the featured playlist in Halo, I was in the front lines. Yeah, so I think there is definitely a case where you can have something that is a limited time, and that's fine. It is there, it goes away. Now, if it's substantial content, it is frustrating if it's like, oh, I like that and it's going away. Or
what if I told you that your life was a limited time event?
I'm not going to...
Sorry, guys.
I'm not going to start talking about Persona 3.
Oh no, I'm triggered him.
But your life is a limited time event, so you should make the most of it. Like with this, you should make the most of it when it's out, which is a problem because people will feel left out. And like, it's kind of difficult to defend it in the short term because all of the anti-FOMO arguments are so good and so strong, and so like objectively correct half the time outside of your example of the sustainability being a problem. But I'm gonna I'll come at from a slightly different approach, which is I have been playing an awful lot of Blue Archive, a gacha game.
No,
and I'm so tired of events, and I wish they would leave and go away. Because every 2 weeks there's something new, and I'm like, please, can I play the actual game, please?
Well, I guess like the whole business of gacha is basically convincing you that every Friday is Black Friday.
Not really, because like you don't really pay for much of stuff. Like very small amounts of it is like limited.
Okay.
A lot of it is like you just do it for ages, or like do the story and it's like 10 minutes. But it is more in the sustainability element of you can get more resources or specific resources for playing this time. And it keeps things feeling alive. And that's another thing that I thought was interesting. I like, here's a big static experience, and it is static. I think that things moving in and coming out does kind of work for it. As long as, now this maybe it shouldn't be going away. Maybe there's a technical reason for it going away. But I think things shifting in and out of relevance is important in order to make something feel alive. Same way, seasons come in and out. You would want to just do the same dungeons forever. And they're like, you can do 10 dungeons. You can do 15 dungeons. You can pick any dungeon you want in all of World of Warcraft, and it's relevant. I think people would have mental breakdowns as a case.
Yeah. Like that. Okay, that is actually that's a fairly good example with with like the map pool of a Mythic Plus season. I think most people would agree that. There's a minutia to it. A good example, like Overwatch 2 tried to do some map pool stuff, didn't really work out. With the size of their map pool and a few other things. But yeah, like if Mythic Plus was just, and we've added 8 more dungeons in the new season. I mean, okay, their design isn't built for that, so obviously it would break. But I think you get our point.
Yeah.
A little bit of sort of limitation and focusing is. It is a valid part of how you design a game like this. The thing is, for a lot of people, they'll then sort of say or feel, and it's a totally valid way to feel, well, if I bought a normal game, and you told me a bit of it wasn't working, you'd be like, what the fuck? Right? Because that's how we're used to buying a game,
Yeah.
But it's different when it's a live game. And so then you can very easily use the analogy of the theme park. Ideally not with a ride breaking down. That sucks. I really enjoyed queuing for like an hour and a half for the Hagrid motorbike, only for the Hagrid motorbike to break down about 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
But it was okay. They gave us like a little happy ticket.
They gave you your time back.
They basically
here's the rewind button.
Yeah,
Woo.
they basically gave me that, so it was kind of worth it. But a theme park will add things, take things away, rotate them, do time-limited events like Halloween, Horror Nights, and stuff like that. And the change is kind of, at least from what I can tell with having, I suppose, some of my toes in the water of the theme park fandom, that's a really big thing for them.
Yeah.
I mean, half of it's just people like, what, you took away Jaws, now I'm angry. But anyway, that's kind of rambling and weird, but change, yeah, you can't just give people all of the options. In some instances, you actually do have to have a bit of focus and a bit of timeliness. One of the things with something like, why did Ultima Online feel so real to people? Well, in that literally, yeah, your life might have been a time-limited event because somebody could have killed you and taken your shit. But that was like the real level of stakes, and I suppose this like dynamicism in the world. Of course, it was very player-driven. Something like this would be more of a, but developer-driven. And to take a look at a live service game that's doing that fairly well, you just look at Helldivers, which is a good example of how they are, you could say they are changing their map pool, but to the players, it's not that. To the players, it's the war is changing, what planets I have to go to, and what's going on. They have all of their, dynamic game master stuff. So it's just to say that change, change is good. Sometimes if something is time limited, that can be good, but that gets, I think, completely screwed up. And I almost wish that I said this at the start of this little segment, because I think a perfect example, and even just bringing up Helldivers sort of brings it up in the mind, is the Battle Pass, because the Battle Pass is like the perfect example of artificial FOMO. Like something like this, if they design something, they design its rewards, they design it to fit into this sort of period of WoW's players, and just whatever. They've designed it so that it is sustainable, maybe to last for like 2 months. Like that's one thing. That's like an intentional game design. When it's something like a battle pass, where it's basically saying, hey, you bought this, fucking grind. Like that then feels way more malicious, because what they're trying to do is to get you to buy tier skips. Because wouldn't it be a terrible shame, Matt, if you got 93 ranks into your battle pass, but something happened in your real life, and the battle pass is about to expire? I mean, for a low price of $15, you could salvage 50 hours of your work by finishing your battle pass by paying for it. So that's like why FOMO feels shit. There's like types of FOMO. Even think of the Cartman Land episode of South Park, or all of those like little places in a small town with amazing food, and people are queuing up there at like 5:30 in the morning to get a breakfast. That you'll see like a little YouTube like mini documentary on or something, and someone will just be like, I have been making these barbecue things, whatever, for 30 years, and they just become a local legend. And like, yeah, that's time limited, and it's like sort of time limited for a good reason. But it's when it feels like that is not something that is limited by sustainability, but it is used maliciously. That's the bit where there's a problem. So ultimately, this will hinge entirely on their design.
There you go. There's the conclusion. We could say that about almost anything we talk about in this the stream. Is just, and it all depends on how well they execute on their design. which
Yep.
is it's completely true. Like there
My
are
take is that if they fuck it up, it will be bad, and if they do a good job, it'll be good.
fantastic.
Stay tuned for more amazing analysis.
Yeah, which is like it might sound like we're kind of getting a little bit out of just running in circles or just kind of hedging our bets on nothing realistically or somewhere in the middle. But it does ultimately come down to it depends on how the experience feels and if they can offer up a good experience of this is here for like a month or so, on we go.
Yeah.
But if it's like this available for 2 weeks and it has the best amount in the game, buy your sub now, then for people who feel that way, that'll suck.
And maybe in War Within patch 11.0.7, put an evergreen version of it back into World of Warcraft available via Time Walking NPC. And problem solved. People can do the gameplay, but if the reward bit is where you get the sustainability problem, then change the rewards, keep the gameplay so people can go and do it. As an example, the Scara Vaults. Do you need any of that shit now? No. Do I want to go spend, I don't know, like 2,000 or 3,000 resources, whatever it costs, to just complete the Scara Vault puzzle and get all the achievements? Yeah, I do want to do that. So, it's a way where, sure, the main reward's not there, but it's just an evergreen thing you can do. Now then, Matt, we have 12 new hero talents. We have, you tell me that Riders of the Apocalypse are able to ride. What does that mean?
Yeah.
And why has it been titled by our top man Dakor as a white mane, my lady?
Because White Man mentioned, let's go. Yes,
We're
this
so
shows
back.
us let me just do a little. Maybe I won't zoom. Maybe I'll zoom this button. There we go. White mane
Riders
announced.
champion. Okay. Spending runes has the chance to call forth the aid of a horseman for 10 seconds. Mograine casts Death and Decay at his location. That follows his position. Whitemane casts Undeath on your target. You're dead now!
No, you're undeath. You're undeathed. So just stacking.
That's a good way to get through the YouTube sensors. Yes, Shadow Frost damage per stack every 3 seconds for 24 seconds, and each time it deals damage, it gains a stack. Whenever I look at Sally Whitemane, that is the first thing that I think of. I think about Shadow Frost damage ticks.
Yeah, well, to be fair, when you think of Sally Whitemane, you probably think of Sally Whitemane pre-death, and not the substantially worse character model she has now, unfortunately.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, you know what Whitemane looks like nowadays.
No.
Really? It's not great. It's not great.
I mean, no, because who the hell posts a picture of that?
Yeah.
I see. I see. There you go.
Like, it's mostly just haircuts. I don't like the bangs. Like, not great. Not great.
There you go. Don't like the bangs, Dan.
Surely there's a picture of her character model here somewhere. God damn it! There's no. Anyway.
Oh, Blizzard, you really did unleash something with that design.
Yeah.
When you spend runes, you got a chance to call forth the aid of a horseman. So either Mograine, Whitemane, Trollbane, or Nazgrim will pop up and say, "Hello, I forgot. Trollbane is a dead man now."
Yeah.
What does he do? He casts Chains of Ice on your target, slowing their movement speed by 70% and increasing the damage they take by 5% for 8 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, but no one cares.
Nazgrim.
Yeah, shut up, Michael. No one cares.
Apocalyptic Conquest.
You know what people do care about?
5% more strength.
On a pale horse, while outdoors, you're able to mount your Atris Death Charger in combat.
Yo! Oh!
You're actually a rider of the apocalypse. I was so sure this was going to be some bullshit, and they were like, "No, well, you see, paladins have a divine steed, so you actually don't get to be on your horse. Rider of the Apocalypse is just about the horseman." That's what I was expecting, but instead,
while
it's just,
outdoors, you're gonna feel so cucked the minute you get into a raid.
yeah, but also you could also take Death Charge, which is basically divine steed instead of Death Advance.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a buffed divine steed. Cool. Actually, unironically, they're like, Rider of the Apocalypse, what can you do? You ride.
There you go.
That's all you really needed to do. And everyone go, Perfect.
And that, of course,
Fantastic.
leads us to Whitemane's Famine.
Yep.
Definitely jokes that could be made here. When your diseases deal damage to another enemy affected by undeath, it gains another stack. Whitemane's Famine. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's just,
Hungering
stuff.
thirst.
Yeah.
Damages are increased by 15%. I don't know. Do you know what it's been, right? Because there's so many of these slots have just ended up being, and here's your power creep. But they come up with a really cool name for it. But the name has basically got nothing to do with the effect.
They definitely do that far too much. There's a little bit of there's not, again, this is like the kind of the problem we had with the hero talents, where we're going, there's some cool stuff and there's some not cool stuff.
Matt, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away.
What's the Lord stolen from me?
Do look at the bottom right. Moss-worn menace. You can have Sally Whitemane at the cost of a permanent reminder of the Shadowlands being a part of your character that you cannot disable.
I'll take it.
Well, if you do, Matt, you will have the cooldown of your Horn of Winter and Unholy Blight be reduced by 15 seconds. Therefore, throwing it out of balance with everything else.
That actually throws Horn of Winter into balance. I think Horn of Winter still, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Horn of Winter still 45 seconds.
So the Mossworn are, in fact, saving Death Knights.
That'll bring this down to 30 seconds, which will be Tiger's Fury. But yes, what else is there? That's cool. Horseman's Aid. The Horseman will occasionally anti-magic shell you. That's nice.
Yep.
That's nice.
Mogren's Might. Your damage is increased by 5% when you gain the benefits of your Death and Decay while inside Mogren's Death and Decay. Oh my. Spicy.
Our Death and Decays are touching. This is fine. This is fine.
Just two Death Knights in a Death and Decay 5 feet apart.
Yeah.
Developers note, while not, look at this, they've just inserted some blue text in their PSD. While not directly related to the Rider of the Apocalypse tree, we know that both Sandlane and Rider trees have talents that interact with Death and Decay, and we'd like to avoid those talents drawing too much focus of the feedback, so we have some plans to alleviate the pressure of staying within your Death and Decay.
There you go. Nothing to reveal. I'm assuming that's going to be
PSA for the people.
I'm going to assume that means your cleaving strikes will function if Death and Decay is active and not just when you're standing in it, because nothing is as shit as a... Because obviously if you're a Blood Decay, you drop Death and Decay. You decide with a mob stand. But if you're not the tank and the tank just goes, actually, fuck you specifically.
So you know the way, Matt, when you...
when you walk away,
hang on.
Say, baby, oh, please don't go.
What?
Sorry, simple and clean just came in my head.
Well, I was just going to say, the way when you think of a Death Knight, the first thing that that would come to your mind, especially, you look at Sally Whitemane, you look at Death Knights, what comes to your mind is the hot and sweaty forests of Vietnam, which are being referenced by our final talent, Apocalypse Now, meaning that the army of the dead and Frostworm's Fury call upon all 4 horsemen to aid you for 20 seconds. That's actually pretty cool. Army of the dead with the 4 of them. Dope.
Yeah, in terms of fantasy-wise, this is basically spot on. This is
done.
Better than I even expected. I didn't expect it to be as cool as you summon the horsemen. Kind of obvious in retrospect, but yeah, that's sick.
It's too obvious to be true.
Basically, yeah.
The monkey's paw must do something.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought.
So we got that. I suppose we should talk about the rest of them, though.
Deathbringer. We can kind of vaguely speedrun these, I think.
All right, Reaper's Mark. Active ability. 1 minute cooldown. Viciously slice into the soul of your enemy, dealing Shadow Frost damage and applying Reaper's Mark. Every time you deal Shadow or Frost damage, add a stack of Reaper's Mark. After 12 seconds or reaching 40 stacks, it explodes, dealing damage per stack. The Reaper's Mark travels to an unmarked enemy nearby if the target dies, or explodes below 35% health when there are no enemies to travel to, and the explosion cannot occur again on a target for 3 minutes.
The big...
I got through it.
Yeah, that's kind of like... what's that ability called they have? Soul Reaper?
Yeah.
Kind of it's Reaper's Mark. Yeah, it's just more Soul Reaper. Which is cool, the fact they can hop around and stuff like that. If that's a little bit of you're hopping around which target you're hitting, which probably won't be actually. probably just be you press it and stuff happens.
Well, the big version of it at the bottom here is Exterminate. After the Reaper's mark explodes, your next Marrow Rend or Obliterate costs no rune and summons 2 scythes to strike your enemies. The first scythe strikes your target for physical damage and has a 15% chance to apply a mark. The second one hits everyone around your target for Shadow Frost damage, which, of course, I suppose the Shadow Frost damage will... It all feed back into itself like a big... human centipede man of damage.
I was just like a big Ouroboros of game design, and you go human centipede. Yeah, perfect.
Oh my god. No. Why don't they merge those? Surely they did that in the human centipede.
I'm sure
sequel.
they did.
Yeah,
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it doesn't work for human centipede because you need to feed one. But I'm sure just give them an.
Well, no,
just give them an IV.
The whole point is.
Yeah, but that's not how digestion works anyway.
Abandoning this rapidly.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
For anybody thinks of cuttlefish. The Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper, I mean, that's a badass guy. What does he do? Reaper's Mark explosion deals up to 30% increased damage based on your target's missing health.
Oh, it applies Soul Reaper as well. That's nice. So it is just a little bit of...
A lot of reaping.
Exploding. Yeah. And everything building into that. Which again is like, this isn't as cool as Rite of the Apocalypse, but it is like, if you don't like that specific fantasy.
Well, you know the way
you want a more execution focus.
When you sort of play an ARPG and you hit something and then everything else explodes. Yeah. And things pass on to other things.
Yeah, like whenever you're playing an Affliction Warlock.
Yeah.
And you kill one dude and the whole thing explodes, you're like, yes.
Like a Horseman's Aid. This one, Shadowfrost damage applies double stacks to the Reaper's Mark and quadruple when it's a critical strike. So that'll, help you get to your 40 stacks faster. So basically, yeah, this is just spread the stacks, build the stacks, things go boom, and that's your extra damage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dark Soul says, depending on how the sides are animated, this could look amazing. Yeah, that's exactly my first thought when I saw somebody's size. I love Dancing Rune Weapon.
Frost Scythe. Yeah. Man, it's a really satisfying ability to press.
I actually disagree. There's something about it I don't like.
Oh, damn. It's fighting time.
I think it's because it's just a blue scythe that swings. I don't know. But yeah, I think that actually could literally be just something that's kind of cool. Yeah. Icy Talons being... Yeah, I can see a lot of this like working well with just everything that's slightly better. It's power creep, but it's cool.
So our next thing then, of course, the Eldrachi. We all know and love them.
Do you remember who the Eldrachi are?
Of course, they are the people who crafted the Eldrachi Warblades, which were a thing used by the demon hunters during the Legion expansion. Yeah. And
do you know anything else about them?
Well, you see, Matt, they had a long and storied history going back to... Okay, I think the Eldrachi were a bunch of people that got turbo fucked by the Legion, and something happened, and I don't know. There's probably a dude in the sword. Who knows?
So the Eldrachi were a race of basically alien warriors that were literally uncorruptible.
Spoken like a true host of the Lore Walking podcast, Matthew Lagan.
Yeah, which the Demon Hunter class special will be going up tomorrow afternoon, in which we talk about the Eldrachi.
Oh, for God's sake! Oh.
Did you think I just remembered that?
I thought this was another Apexis Crystals thing.
No. This is yeah. So the Eldrachi were these uncorruptible like alien warriors, and the Legion were trying to corrupt them and trying to like sow discord upon the ranks as they did everyone else, until they got bored one day and said, "These guys are too annoying. Let's just wipe them out." And Sargeras sent a massive force to just torch the entire planet, but he kind of, because he was Sargeras, had some respect for them because they were so strong and incorruptible. So he kept the Eldrachi Warblades as a trophy. And then we yoinked them. And that was the Vengeance Demon Hunter artifact weapon.
I'm sure that was a great comfort to them.
I sure it was, yeah, Demon Hunter. But
and of course, most importantly...
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Throw a glaive replacement called Reaver's Glaive.
Oh.
Bounces around.
Interest has been piqued. Throw a glaive enhanced with the essence of consumed souls at your target, dealing physical damage and ricocheting to 2 additional targets for additional damage. Begins a well-placed pattern of practiced pattern of glaive work. Enhancing your next Chaos Strike and Blade Dance or Fracture, Shear, and Soul Cleave. Chaos Strike, Shear, and Fracture applies Reaver's Mark, which causes the target to take 15% increased damage for 5 seconds. Blade Dance and Soul Cleave deal 3 additional glaive slashes to nearby targets for additional damage. Basically, numbers go up. It has an AoE component and a single target component so that it's universally good and happy.
Yeah.
They have done a game design.
It's very cool because Throw Glaive is at the minute. I don't know exactly where it fits in the rotation because right now the season 3 tier bonus gives it a lot of power. But I know historically Throw Glaive has been filler for. I know it's one of the pull tools for Vengeance if you're out of Sigils of Flames and stuff like that, or if you're out of Infernal Strikes to leap over. But for Havoc, it's usually just you have nothing else to press. You're out of Fury and you take Demon Blades instead of smashing Demon's Bite because you don't want RSI. Just Throw Glaive. So the idea of replacing that with something that is like this is a stronger ability, but you have to eat enough souls to actually have it, and it being consume enough to activate the ability instead of just the way Soul Spirit Bomb works, where you save up souls. I do quite like. I think this is like a
gameplay wise. I've always enjoyed ones where you just kind of generate a little resource, and you have your big Oonga Boonga button where you go. It's fun. Another thing, and very very undruid-like of them. Look at these very very short tooltips, Matt. Incredible.
Coming on the druids.
Oh no! Just a lot of the druid tooltips are expensive.
I got confused.
These are very small. Keen engagement.
That's because
20 Fury. This is quite. I don't want to say simple, but okay. Do you know what it is, right? It's all very direct.
Yeah,
it's very much. And here is your power creep. Enjoy. Let's see. Incisive Blade, when enhanced, Chaos Strike and Soul Cleave deal 30% increased damage. Yum yum. Army unto oneself. Pretty good talent. Fell Blade surrounds you with a blade ward, reducing physical damage taken by 10% for 5 seconds. If that does not say army unto oneself, I don't know what does.
But army unto oneself is cool. That's a good ass talent name. They're cooking harder with the talent names than they are with the talents.
Yeah, that's the continuous.
Yeah, I don't want to say that, but I like it. So it's just a little bit of like power creep focused around your Throw Glaive now being Reaper's Glaive and being cooler. So as long as that like looks like a nicer ability, then that's completely sick.
Yeah.
But then even stuff like that, like I love.
Oh, their final here, Thrill of the Fight.
I love this.
After consuming both enhancements, gain Thrill of the Fight, increasing your attack speed by 15%. Yeah, that's good. That feels good. For 5 seconds, and causing your next ability to deal 30% increased damage and healing.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like with how Havoc looks recently, I think they have what are it called? I think they've
taken a bit of the Brain Force Plus.
Yeah, they've decided that Havoc should be, I guess, what was it we say in the podcast? We say it was the rotation of the Frost Mage and the arrogance of Red Paladin. That was Legion Demon Hunter.
Well put.
It had some real high-end stuff cooking with momentum gameplay, but the way most people played Havoc for Legion and I believe BFA, I think the Fortune started changing Shadowlands, it was a brain dead spec. But now I'm seeing little bits where they're going, we're going to make this actually feel a lot more interesting. Because like, okay, well, your next Chaos Strike and Blade Dance, usually you'll press both of them anyway. But then you get down to Escalation. Each successive enhanced ability deals 10% increased damage. The effect of the second enhancement is increased by 100%. So now you're actually going, well, I'm not going to just face roll my buttons. It's now, well, I'm in single target. So I'm going to Reaper's Glaive, Blade Dance, Chaos Strike. I'm an AoE. I'm going to Reaper's Glaive, Chaos Strike, Blade Dance. Stuff like that is really small and really like actually minor, but it does literally go, well, now you have to press the right button. Now you have to press the right button for a tiny amount of optimization, and I think that's quite nice.
Yeah, no, it's good. I like it.
I was not expecting to think Eldrazi Reaver was cool, but I definitely feel it.
Yeah, I've got to say, so far we're 3 for 3.
Yeah, I am digging these quite a bit.
Now, I swear to you, whenever I said Druid tooltips, I hadn't actually looked at Druid of the Claw.
Okay, let's get a reveal and right. That's not too bad. That's a paragraph. That's paragraph. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a tree rivaling War and Peace.
You're very
I mean,
verbose.
for something that's just called Massive Attack!
Yo, massive attack.
Massive Attack!
I'm already sold.
Oh, it's auto attacks! What?
Yeah, your auto,
Okay.
your auto, no, auto attacks have a chance to make. Oh no, it's chance based. It's okay. The RPPM system works. Ferocious Bite or mob becomes massive attack. It's
Oh.
it's just AOE. Well, as long as it looks cool. And
So
sounds cool,
basically, it procs an upgrade to your spender.
yeah. Okay.
So, okay, let's see what it does, though. For Feral, finishing move that slashes through your target in a wide arc, dealing physical damage per combo point
Literally
to
just
your
ferocious
target
bite.
and consuming, yeah.
It's just ferocious bite, but with AOE component.
I guess that's like one of the themes you'll continually see is Blizzard basically having, both AoE and single targets. They need, obviously some will be stronger, in different things, but they need everything to be good enough in AoE or single target to avoid a position where, people just feel like there's only one thing they can do. Yeah. Kind of like the Turbo Shadowlands problem. God, remember all that gameplay you didn't get to do in Shadow? Could you imagine, right, being a Maruk Centaur Retribution Paladin, where you just didn't see anyone else's content whatsoever? It's just fucking you and the hooves.
Yeah, so
wouldn't that be insane?
It's kind of not super. This is literally just like a. I mean, I'm sure there'll be other stuff that feeds into it, but by itself, you're just if this is just a new version of Ferocious Bite and Maul that sounds better and looks cooler, that's quite nice. Depends on how often the proc is as well. That one of the things is because you can't. If this is just every proc, then you go what? But I suppose it's different because you Ferocious Bite fairly often.
Yeah.
You Maul very often, so I guess it depends on how it works. Maximum energy. Let's go.
Oh, so yes, we got that. We got more. How do we even go through this?
I'll just go to the left. Maximum energy and rage, nice. That's always
yeah.
That stuff's always minor but pretty game changing when it comes to pulling things.
Wild Shape
this
Mastery.
Is fucking huge.
Iron Fur and Frenzied Regeneration persist in cat form. When transforming from bear to cat, you retain 80% of your bear form armor and health for 6 seconds. For 6 seconds after entering bear form, you heal for 10% of damage taken over 8 seconds. And with that, Matt, I shall never play PvP again.
That is so sick.
I don't want to fight one of those.
That is unbelievably sick. I cannot believe how that's so good for all content. Even just frenzied regen persisting in cat form. That's good.
It's pretty damn nice.
Even just retaining the armor and health. That's just because obviously one of the major problems when you're playing kind of harder content was Feral generally lacking a bit of survivability unless they're perfect with their self-regrowths and their survival instincts. One of the things druids do is hit bear to survive. But the problem is you hit bear until it comes in. So the problem you did is you had to bear form for exactly when the mechanic happened. Now you've got a couple of second windows either side. That's brilliant.
Oh, that's such a massive usability upgrade.
Yeah. So you don't lose a couple GCDs of damage if you time it slightly wrong or die otherwise. Frenzied regens can be used in cat form for energy. Okay, that's fair. But if you're swapping and using it in bear, then it's cost rage, which Fuhrer should get enough of anyway. That's nice.
Okay, dope. Or you can go for wild power surge. And wow.
Extra. So you basically build up a new big. Oh, it's literally bear and cat weaving.
Shred and swipe grant Ursine potential. Okay. Ursine potential. Okay, this is it when you're in feral spec. When you have 8 stacks, the next time you transform into a bear, your next mangle or swipe deals 100% increased damage and generates 15 extra rage. So basically, when you build this up, you can pop bear and do a big slap. Now,
depending on how big that, if they fuck this balance up and it's not worth doing it, I'll be so mad because that is very. I know swapping form to do one ability and back can suck, but if it's a big intentional move, then
Well,
that's very
at
smart.
least with one of these things, one of the I think good design spaces with these is they can lean into something. Like they maybe will have a talent, and they'll just know certain people will never choose that talent. One of these specs could lean into that talent and make it its own little thing. Your only risk factor there is if you then have that be so powerful, people feel like they need it. As an example, in certain periods of time where momentum has been like by far the best in Havoc DH, a lot of people who don't like momentum then, obviously don't feel good. But yeah, that's like a sort of a good thing that they can do with these designs. So
weaving into cat to smack.
Oh shit, yeah.
To smack a rip on a boss would be so cool. Until you get one shot as soon as you hit cat form because you're actively tanking. And then everyone laughs at you. That'll be fun.
So our next then, we got Dreadful Wound, which that's just a big bleed, right?
Yeah, that's just a bleed that comes from that.
Massive attack increases your auto attack speed by 20% for 6 seconds.
Attack speed feels really nice.
Yeah.
Really
or
nice.
Killing Strikes. Massive attack increases your agility by 5% and armor granted by Iron Fur by 20% for 6 seconds. But if you're in Feral, your first Tiger's Fury after entering combat makes your next Ferocious Bite become a massive attack. So that's nice for your opener. And your first Mangle after entering combat will make your Maul be a massive attack.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I guess I have stream-related brain damage because, everyone's right. You keep 80% of your armor and health for 6 seconds. So when you swap in, you don't die immediately. You get to get out.
Yeah.
You get to use it. That's very nice.
I'm really stupid. I read those wrong. We skipped Empowered Shapeshifting, which is either that or Wild Power Surge. Frenzied Regen can be cast in cat form for 40 energy. Bear form reduces magic damage you take by 4%, and you just get more damage. So that is the simple mode.
Yeah.
Which, in fairness, a lot of people probably just feel fine to slap that on and be content enough.
Kind of interesting, this like Ruthless Aggression Killing Strikes one, because I guess it's a 5% agility proc, but it's also the first one after combat to stop it being your intro burst is damaged by not proccing it versus attack speed. That's kind of weird. It depends on what you have your auto attack speed, what else is, because obviously auto attacks are connected to massive attack.
Yeah.
So that increases the proc rate. That's interesting. All you need to do is get that. I can never remember its name. The attack speed mace that people use in Classic. Bring that back. Please don't, I'll kill you. Oh dear. So
Aggravate wounds every finishing move.
You
Shred, thrash, or swipe extends the duration of your dreadful wounds, champion.
So there's more stuff just kind of feeding in. Claw Rampage, the ultimate version.
During Berserk, Shred, Swipe, and Thrash have 25% chance to make your next Ferocious Bite become a massive attack. So it's, just making Berserk for both of them be big, crazy smash mode.
That sounds fine. And up the right, Best of Strength is some buff. Yep.
Stampeding Roar's duration up by a quarter.
And some buffs or reduction in CD. Okay.
Druid of the Claw, pretty good.
They're
potentially very good.
They're going for a fantasy of, well, wouldn't you like to be both a bear and a cat?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I like being human, but fair enough. They both sound good to me. Yeah.
Well, Matt, I'm sure you are absolutely just vibrating in joy over Evoker.
Yeah.
Say that because neither of us particularly enjoy Evoker, but people do, and we're just not for us because we're both melee simpletons. We need Big Smash now in order to have fun, apparently, as opposed to
pretty much.
Yeah, slow, steady, intelligent gameplay of a ranged. I played a hunter at the start. Engulf. Right, Engulf is our big new thing. Engulf your target in Dragon Flame, damaging or healing them for each of your periodic effects on the target. Effectiveness is increased by 50%. So put all your things on them and make them go boom.
It's Evoker Unstable Affliction.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Not really, because UA buffs. Yeah.
But let's see for the other ones, because at least like they do have... Okay, even looking at this. Trailblazer. Hover and deep... Oh, wait. Hover? Huh. Hover and deep breath travel 50% faster, and hover travels 50% further. Whee! Okay, speedy little lizards. We've got Shape of Flame, Tail Swipe or Wing, Buffet, Scorch enemies and blind them with Ash, making their next attack within 4 seconds miss.
Interesting. That's actually a unique effect in the game.
Yeah.
Because I know, didn't Keg Smash, or one of them used to do something like that, I think, ages ago, or something like that. That's interesting.
So Conduit of the Flame is just flat damage increase.
Oh,
Titanic Precision, though, Living Flame, Reversion, and Azure Strike crits give you a 100% increased chance to trigger Essence Burst.
More spam then.
Is that actually... That's kind of nice when you trigger freebies. It might feel nice to play.
Unless it gets overwhelming and you get too many to use,
Yeah.
which is one of the things that a couple specs deal with at the minute. Where it's like, you've got too many procs. Which one do you prioritize?
Sometimes you feel that in Ret, but some of that's just me being smooth brain and you. But yeah, when I was absolutely, well, relatively geared to the tits just because it was at the end of Legion playing a monk, and you're like, help, I have too many resources. You're actually like struggling to not break combo thingy.
Yeah, combo strikes.
Yeah, it's like not breaking combo strikes, but also not wasting any of your resources would sometimes be a bit sketchy. Traveling Flame Engulf causes Deep Flame or Dream Breath to spread to a nearby target, or it will... Yeah, okay.
Where did you get Deep Flame? It's Fire Breath.
Fire Breath.
Where did Deep Flame come from?
Look,
You're auto-filling
it's a
words.
new ability.
Nice.
Deep Flame. Great. Let's see what else. Burning Adrenaline quickens your pulse, reducing the cast time of your next spell by 30%, stacking twice.
Wait, why does Engulf stack? Oh. Yeah, Matt, if you finish reading, I was like, why does it stack twice when you can only press Engulf once? Next talent, you can press Engulf twice. Okay. Well, that's pretty nice.
And our bigger thing then is Consume Flame. Right. Engulf Okay, this is actually a bit of a design that I do like. Engulf consumes 8 seconds of fire breath from the target, detonating it and damaging all nearby targets equal to 300% of the amount consumed, reduced beyond 5 targets. And of course, there's a healing equivalent to that for preservation. So the idea then is you're spreading all of your stuff. Then whenever you do the engulf, it explodes bigger.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's just fire breath and not... Yeah, because I'm trying to remember what
It feels like...
periodic effects they have outside of fire breath.
Neither of us have played them since beta, right?
No, I've got a 7 Evoker. I played in season 2 for a little bit.
Wow, okay.
I played Dog for a bit as well.
Sorry, Og.
Yeah, I don't...
Interesting.
Because that's... I know the heal is plenty of them. But I don't know if they have more. There's more than fire breath.
It does feel a little bit like you could almost like transplant a bunch of these ideas onto Aflock and
yeah, which kind of works.
So other things in Kindle, Essence abilities are enhanced with Flame, dealing 20% healing or damage done as fire over.
So there you go. Yeah.
Sick.
So you hit them with Essence abilities and then engulf that to keep that flame going, or to get engulf buffed by that because it's.
Turns out, Matt, the design was on the right hand side this time.
Really interesting.
Fan the flames or expanded lungs. Engulf reignites in Kindle, extending its duration and effectiveness, or expanded lungs, which makes your fire breath damage over time increased by 20%. And I suppose if you were a lore YouTuber, you could be like, interesting. This means that the strength of their fire is, directly proportional to their lungs rather than being magic. So there you go, a new expansion to the lore of the Evoker. Incredible. Yeah, right. That's them. Yeah.
It's all based around the new ability.
I can't really judge it
interesting
because I've not really went too deep into them other than just the initial beta gameplay.
Yeah, it's not super it seems like a fun new button. I'll definitely say that.
Yeah.
But it seems a largely self-contained one as opposed to being particularly strong on the fantasy front. Which fair enough. You can't really do too much with it, but yeah.
Indeed. So our next thing is for the most popular class in the game, I think.
God knows why still.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So then, Hunter, right, this is for Beast Mastery and Survival.
Kill command prepares you to do more damage with your next kill command. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Vicious Hunt. Big new expansion of what it means to be a hunter.
Yeah.
Get your IQs ready. That really?
I mean, I'm sure it gets more complicated.
Okay, yeah.
Vicious Hunt, the pet hits alongside your other abilities. That's just more... Is this going to be the case of BM has no buttons, so we can't give it anything, so BM just has a load of passive damage again now?
Well, we have Howl of the Pack, Matt, which really does change things, making your pet's basic attack crits. This feels like they are the real, bottom of the barrel. Increase your critical strike damage by 5% for 6 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Or, of course, Matt, wild attacks, which you can also get, making every third pet basic attack a guaranteed crit, with damage further increased by critical strike chance.
So as long as your pet attacks faster than 2 seconds, you'll just have this all time. Spot on.
There you go.
Very good.
And that moves on then to Den Recovery aspect of the turtle. Survival of fittest and men pet. Heal the target for 20% of max health over 4 seconds. Duration is increased by 1 second when healing a target under 50% maximum health. There you go. Big heal. Tireless Hunt aspect of the cheetah is, another... Oh, so the 8-second portion is just another 8 seconds longer. Cornered Prey is the other option. Disengage increases the the range of all your attacks by 5 yards.
How far does Disengage travel?
Depends if you jump first, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
A decent bit.
If that's 5 yards, you can keep attacking. That's pretty interesting. That seems a bit weird.
Frenzied Terror, your pets.
That seems weird when in connection to survival, because if that includes range radius, then it's like, oh, what's meta? Well, in a big enough pull, you now have to disengage before you like cleave, or what's that, like butcher?
So our other one on that row is Frenzied Terror. There we go.
Frenzied Tear. I'm just crying really weirdly, really madly.
Your pet's basic attack, there's a theme here, has a 20% chance to reset the cooldown of Kill Command and cause Kill Command to strike a second time for 30% of normal damage.
That's what both of these specs need, more Kill Command.
They in fact, I mean, as you said, they don't really have many things to augment here.
Yeah, BM has 2 buttons unique to it, and they both reset.
Hang on, though. Look at this. This is just an absolute frenzy of options. There's more text than these ones. Covering Fire. Beast Mastery. Kill Command increases the duration of Beast Cleave by 1 second. Yeah. Survival. Wildfire Bomb reduces the cooldown of Carve Butchery by 2 seconds. Yum yum, Mythic Plus build. Scattered Prey. Multi-Shot increases the damage of your next multi-shot by 25%. And Carve Butchery increases the damage of your next Carve Butchery by 25%, which... just means manage your focus, I guess.
Holy shit.
What? Is Call the Herd that big, Matt?
No, I'm just amazed at how little they had to work with.
Yeah.
That in all of this entire thing, there are basically 2 things that you should... 3 things that actually matter to you as a player doing in rotation. And that's Frenzied Tear, resetting Kill Command, and then that can reset Barb Shot. Or
let's take a look at these then. So yes, Furious Assault in BM, consuming your Frenzied Tear has a 50% chance to reset the cooldown of Barb Shot and deal 30% additional damage. For Survival, consuming your Tear has a 50% chance to make your next Raptor or Mongoose free. Deal 30% additional damage, but the other option is to go for Beast of Opportunity. Bestial Wrath calls in the pack, summoning a pet from your stable for 6 seconds. And Coordinated Assault calls in the pack, summoning a pet from your stable for 6 seconds. Now that, Matt, is a game changer.
Yeah, so let's run through...
they had nothing to work with!
Let's run through what this means for you as a Beast Mastery Hunter.
Okay. And then we'll reveal the end cap, because I'm sure, Matt, that will have just rippling consequences.
Yeah, so first things first, for defensives. You may have a very slight inclination to press your button when you're slightly low. You know, if you turtle when you're low, it'll heal a bit better. Or survival, fantastic.
Big.
For gameplay, you can just get more Kill Command shots or resets randomly. And if you use those, then you will have a half chance to get another Barbed Shot. And you might have to multi-shot slightly less in AoE if Kill Command procs.
But Matt, you've forgotten about the thing that changes all of this.
It changes nothing.
Their final talent, Pack Assault. Vicious Hunt and Pack Coordination now stack twice and apply twice and are always active during Call of the Wild and Coordinated Assault.
For a quick reminder, Vicious Hunt and Pack Coordination are your Kill Command does more damage and your pet attacks.
It's entirely passive and you won't notice any of this.
Yeah, you'll just get more. You'll get more resets that chain into each other. That's it. That's like
this is the pack leader, Matt, the leader of the pack.
Yeah, like I guess they given the amount of BM hunters, they must be really afraid to make it any more complicated.
Well, you think about pack leader, and you're immediately thinking like, can I have other beasts?
Yeah, and
I know there's like one or two that do a little of that, but
but you don't want to press kill command during coordinated assault. I'm assuming, based on changes going into
kill
War Within, that won't be the case.
What does kill command do? Does it generate? No, it's all just.
It's literally just your pet.
Did they change that again?
Yeah, it's just your pet. No, it might generate survival. I can't remember. It's been a long time since.
Yeah, same.
But yeah.
Cool. Well, that's a true thriller. Amazing.
Yeah, that's BM's gonna be even easier with that with these. Jesus Christ. Or it could go Dark Ranger, I suppose, and get Wailing Arrow. Not Wailing Arrow. Black Arrow. It already has Wailing Arrow. I forgot.
Man.
I forgot.
What's our other one for Hunter? Pack Leader. Sentinel we haven't seen.
Yeah. Which is
really holding out and Sentinel being good.
Yeah.
Spell Slinger. Slinger of spells. Reader.
This better be
Reader of text,
speed.
because my god, there's quite a lot. So the new thing you get is Splintering Sorcery. Whenever you consume Nether Precision, conjure a splinter that fires at your target. That's for Arcane, and for Frost, whenever you consume Winter's Chill, conjure a splinter that fires at your target. Winter's Chill is the flurry one?
Yeah. Winter's Chill is the debuff on the target.
Yeah. So
which pops after you hit them with a spell.
Yeah. Splinter conjure raw magic into a sharp projectile that deals damage. Splinters embed themselves into the target, dealing additional damage over 16 seconds. The effect stacks. Okay, so we're filling lads full of splinters.
Which one's Nether Precision? Is that
Arcane? I've not played Arcane in so long.
Is that when you consume clear casting, or? Oh, it's clear casting increases damage of Arcane Blast. So when you Arcane Blast after clear casting. Right, okay.
One thing, so the splinters are themed after your spec, but for the sake of, they say here in the developer notes, just for the sake of readability, they're not going, they're not kind of spelling all of that out all of the time, because that'd be pretty crazy. So basically, we're playing around with these splinters we're putting into our targets.
Upgraded Bounds is just during your cooldowns, you get splinters, and then you get more splinters. Fantastic.
What is... God, well, with that, I wonder what splintering orbs could be. First 8 times the enemy is damaged by your orb, conjure a splinter! There you go.
Splinters.
Frost. First 8 times an enemy is damaged by your frozen orb, conjure a splinter.
This is...
incredible. Controlled Instincts. Do you think... Oh my god. Controlled Instincts, man. They don't generate a splinter.
No,
Wild.
They just burst splinters into other enemies. Going to be honest, this is going to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans fucking wet dream.
So what's this, right? While a target's under the effects of Nether Tempest, 20% of the direct damage dealt by a splinter is also dealt to nearby enemies. Damage reduced beyond... Okay, so just making it play into that. While a target's under the effects of Winter's Chill, 20%... Okay, so that just radiates some of your splinter damage.
Literally just the splinters.
This one's called...
Which is like, why is this called Spell Slinger? It should be called Spell Splinter. Have they got it wrong?
Well, Matt, we have slippery slinging.
That's actually really nice.
You have 40% increased movement speed during altered time.
Oh, look again, it's nice too. Displacement lasts longer range, and behind a mirror image. That's a cool one.
Very nice. Reactive barrier. Your prismatic barrier, your barrier can absorb up to 50% more damage based on your missing health. Max effectiveness when under 50% health. That's really big for saving yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty...
Okay. The other one's Phantasmal Image. Your mirror images summons an extra clone and reduces all damage taken by an extra 5%. The other one, Volatile Magic. Whenever a splinter is removed or recalled, it explodes, doing some damage. And the other one, Unerring Proficiency. Whenever you conjure a splinter, it increases the damage of your next supernova. Okay, so
that's quite nice.
Stack a bunch of those up. Next supernova will be big. For Frost, it's Ice Nova.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, shifting power fires a badge of its splinter. Fuck me.
I love their splinters, so
it's
they do.
Just press buttons and shit happens.
Now, Matt, force of will. I mean, you hear that and you're thinking of some really badass stuff. You may be thinking things like 2% increased critical strike chance and 5% increased critical strike damage. Force of will.
Interesting that we're getting more crit damage stats here.
Yeah. And finally, Matt, of course, to top it off, Splinter Storm.
Yeah.
What does Splinter Storm do? Whenever you have 8 or more active embedded splinters, you automatically cast a Splinter Storm, which recalls all embedded splinters to you, dealing their remaining periodic damage instantly. After a brief delay, unleash a devastating barrage of splinters, dealing damage to your target for each splinter in the Splinter Storm. And if you're in Arcane, it grants you clear casting. If you're in Frost, then it applies Winter's Chill. So I think the basic idea then is all the time there's wee splinters that are flying out of you, and sometimes they come back to you, and it all blows up. And people have dots. There you go.
Yeah, there was very little interactivity here, outside of sometimes props
But it might look cool.
which is all it needs.
I do think it would look cool.
Yeah, definitely like it's like as a, I guess as a alternate to Frostfire or Sunfury. This is probably the idea where they're like, we don't want you to have to do all this crazy fire shit as a frost mage. You want to just fire more ice into people. You're like, there you go. There you go.
Okay, it's time to look at Monk. Now, the thing with that... Oh?
These guys are constantly overdosing on sarcasm. Yep. We are. We're a very sarcastic race from a very sarcastic place.
Isn't America and Sweden that generally struggle the most with?
Yeah, Americans are generally speaking, very, very generally, don't handle
Very
sarcasm
generally.
quite as well as we do.
Similar for...
Is
it similar for Sweden? I think it's similar for Sweden.
Not that I'm super aware of, but I only know a few Swedes and they're fine with it. But yeah, literal just a communication difference. I say that to not call them bad things. They're different.
It's culture. It's beautiful culture on display.
Yeah.
Speaking of those, we can talk about Overwhelming Furry.
Overwhelming Furry.
Unfortunately, that's not the first talent of the new Shadow Pantry.
Damn! Finally, I thought I'd play Mistweaver.
Monks,
Windwalker, sorry.
really cool. They never have the percentage of players that they deserve based on their gameplay. Often.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Overwhelming Flurry, dealing damage equal to your maximum health, generates a flurry charge. For every 400 energy you spend, unleash all flurry charges as flurry strikes, dealing physical damage per charge. So I guess you just get so jazzed up, you just... I don't know, generate additional punches.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Start swinging like.
Well, and along with that, we get our martial precision. Armor pen's back in the game.
Let's go.
Okay, attacks penetrate 10% of the target's armor. What will that mean for you? It's a bit more power and you'll never think about it again.
You'll do some more damage sometimes, but not all the time.
Controlled instincts. Striking the same target 5 times within 2 seconds grants 2% haste. Wait, what? Multiple instances may overlap, stacking up to 10 times.
That's interesting. Because I'm assuming that will only ever realistically happen in situations where the flurry strike goes off. Because I'm assuming this is strike as in an attack. This isn't going to be like your rings and trinket and necklace proc for 5 instances of damage you get it. So I guess that's going to be what? Fists of Fury, maybe Storm, Earth, and Fire, and Overwhelming Flurry, your flurry strikes.
So we don't know how many flurry strikes do you get per flurry charge.
It's called flurry. Well, okay, yeah, so I'm assuming a lot, basically. I'm assuming this is a lot.
Well, we'll keep on going. So we got Pride of Pandaria. Flurry strikes have 15% additional chance to critically strike, and high impact enemies who die within 5 seconds of being damaged by a flurry strike explode.
Dealing damage to uncontrolled enemies within 8 yards. Uncontrolled enemies.
I'm assuming that always means that's my favorite part of a good martial arts movie. Whenever somebody kills a guy and then 5 seconds later he just blows up.
Yeah, honestly, it is cool. Like,
Okay, I like it.
please,
You've
please
killed-
watch Fist of the North Star.
You have. I'm just imagining like Donnie Yen punching somebody so bad that he falls over dead, but then like just nothing happens and he blows up.
Yeah,
Because it's just so cool. Protect and serve. Your Vivify always heals you for an additional 30% of the total value. Lead from the front. Chi Burst, Chi Wave, and Expel Harm now leech 20% of damage dealt. One versus many damage dealt by Fists of Fury and Keg Smash count as double towards the generation of your flurry charges. Fists of Fury damage and Keg Smash damage are increased. Okay. Whirling Steel. Whenever you become injured, summon Whirling Steel. Wonder who he is. Increasing your parry chance.
That would be so funny if it actually was like a Shadow Pan monk called Whirling Steel. That would be so good. That's too funny.
We won't even charge you for that idea.
That's too funny.
Predictive training. Whenever you dodge or parry an attack, reduce the damage taken by 10% for the next 6 seconds.
So that's just Brewmaster, okay.
Yeah, against all odds. Flurry strikes increase your agility by 1% for 6 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. So just get 20 agi for a bit. Efficient training. Energy spenders deal an additional 15% more damage. So that'll be impactful. Every 50 energy you spend reduces the cooldown of Storm, Earth, and Fire, Serenity, and Weapons of Order by a second. And Vigilant Watch or Blackout Kick deals an additional 20% crit damage and increases the damage of your next set of flurry strikes by 10%.
Nice.
Which I suppose you'll kind of always have. Yeah. But our final one then.
Oh, this is cool.
Wisdom of the Wall.
I like that because a lot of people like Wisdom of the Wall. What wall?
It's a very smart wall, bat.
Yeah, and then you're like, dude, go look up Shadow Pan lore. They were like, the entire thing was, the Mantids, they were trying to get up the wall, and you're all like, cute, Great Wall of China reference. No, that was like a hundreds of years of war of just, right, we need to train monks and send them to fight on the wall.
Which means either the wall has Alexa, or in the great debate of do we build a big wall or Jaeger mechs, Blizzard are clearly coming in the side of the wall here.
You build the wall, and then you cover the wall in pandas who can fight.
I would have made... Man, they really should have done that for Pacific Rim too.
Absolutely.
Pity they never made that movie.
So
well.
Crit steal, 30% damage, mastery effect. So it is just a big ass buff.
Big ass buff.
Also shadow damage from flurry strikes. Okay,
cool. All right, so ultimately what's happening here, basically you're just kicking lads a lot and punching them up. But I suppose if that's got... Again, it's one of those things, if that has like cool animations and it feels good, that's all that it really needs.
Yeah, because like realistically, the vast majority of this is going to be high impact being funny. Just guys blowing up. And getting haste boosts from this going off.
Imagine that. Imagine if instead of flurry strikes, they were called splinters.
I
know they're different.
I think we're getting to a point of how do you design passives that are interesting? And the answer is you have to be very careful to make them feel cool. And
well,
in this, they've done it well. Like I think
Matt, it's time for Conduit of the Celestials. I hope you have a spare hour.
Oh my god, this is
okay.
Brutal.
Let's just this is our first one that has got 2 developer notes, Matt. Incredible.
Oh, you idiot. Damn.
So, our big new thing is a active ability called Celestial Conduit we can use every 90 seconds. The August Celestials empower you, causing you to radiate nature damage onto enemies and healing up to 5 injured allies within 20 seconds over 4 seconds, split evenly among them. Healing and damage increased by 6% per enemy struck, up to 30%.
Oh, you
may move while you're channeling.
So you are just actually just exploding with damage.
Yeah.
While you're flying around.
Just turn into a little unshielded nuclear reactor for a bit.
I like that.
Okay, so let's see what they do with this. Temple Training. The healing of enveloping mists and vivify is increased by 10%, or your Fists of Fury and Spinning Crane and Kick deal 10. That's just some more power. Joanne's Guidance. Teaching of the Monastery is a 15% chance to refund a charge when consumed, and your Tiger Palm does 30% more damage.
Windwalker has a Teachings of the Monastery as well now. That's the one where when you Tiger Palm, you get extra blacker kicks next time.
Actually, looking at this, though, Courage of the White Tiger. Tiger Palm has a 15% chance to cause Joanne to claw your target for physical damage, healing a nearby ally for 200% of the damage done. So this is, I guess, Fist Weavy?
More Fist Weavy.
business. Chance increased while invoke Yulon the Jade Serpent or invoke Chi-Chi the Red Crane is active.
Yeah. So I was talking about it last week. I've been doing some mistweaving recently.
Similar
and
for Windwalker.
like fistweaving is cool as hell. I like that. I do like that.
Oh, they have a dev note there. Celestial Conduit's channel is not broken by using defensive utility or movement.
Oh, so you can just roll around.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, neat. Restore balance. Gain refreshing Jade Wind while Chi-Chi the Red Crane or Yulon the Jade Serpent is active, or get rushing Jade Wind while Zhuen the White Tiger is active. The other option, Yulon's Knowledge, is...
Nope. No, thank you. I will not. I refuse to take either of the Jade Wind abilities on those specs. Thank you.
There we
I will
go.
be clicking Restore Balance. Thanks.
Flight of the Red Crane, refreshing Jade Wind, and a spinning crane kick. Got a chance to cause Chi-Chi to quickly rush to 5 targets, healing each of them. Or for Windwalker, you will, you'll basically, your boy Chi-Chi will come and,
Spin.
Tear some shit up. Strength of the Black Ox. Wonder who might be involved here. After Zhuen assists you, your next enveloping mist cast time is reduced by 50% and causes Nu Zhao to grant an absorb shield to 5 nearby allies for 5% of your maximum health. So it's some free heals, or he will do a bit of a stomp if you are in Windwalker. Then we got Heart of the Jade Serpent, consuming 8 stacks of Shenlun's...
Shenlun.
Oh, yeah.
You're thinking Shenlun.
There's no N there.
Dragon Ball.
There's no N, Michael!
Yeah. Shenlun's gift is a cool ass ability. I really like it.
Power of having shitty eyesight and a bit of the old dislike. You just gotta sort of get to invent your own words.
Yeah.
It's incredible. But anyway, consume 8 stacks of it. Elon will decrease the cooldown of your Renewing Mists, Rising Sun Kick, Life Cocoon, and Thunder Focus Tea by 100% for 8 seconds.
I like when things tick down faster.
Yep, very satisfying.
As opposed to just dropping cooldown. I like that a lot.
Consuming 30 chi causes Yulon to decrease the cooldown time. So for Windwalker, it will be Rising Sun Kick, Fists of Fury, Strike of the Windlord, that was a satisfying one, and Whirling Dragon Punch by 100% for 8 seconds. Oh, all right, gang, we're in our final row, and then we will get to Unity Within, our big one. So what do we got? Basically, Fortifying Brews give you an Absorb Shield, or you heal for 10% of your max health instantly whenever you activate Celestial Conduit and receive 15% less damage for its duration. Chi-Chi's Swiftness, your movement speed is increased by 25% during Celestial Conduit. Okay. Inner Compass. You switch between alignments after a Celestial assists you, increasing the corresponding secondary stat by 3%.
Ah, that's weird.
Yep, that's, cool and thematic, but also I don't think anyone will play around.
Yeah, I hope not. Just outside of, well, you can't.
August Dynasty is the other option, casting Jadefire Stomp increases the damage of your next Rising Sun Kick by 30% or healing your next Vivify by 50%. That brings us to the final one, Matt. Unity Within. Celestial Conduit can be recast once during its duration to call upon all of the Celestials to assist you at 200% effectiveness, and it is automatically cast when Celestial Conduit ends, if not used before its expiration. Yeah. Okay, so we basically get to turn into Big Radiator Orb, and we hit our button again, and all the lads come out.
Yeah, all the lads coming out is kind of what I would... the only thing I'd actually want, realistically, from this.
Yeah, it seems to do that.
So the only thing I don't like is how it leans into using the Jade Winds, because the Jade Winds fucking suck. Just here's a button you press every 5 seconds. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
it's pretty boring.
What if Slice and Dice was even more annoying? Cool, thanks.
Okay, so we got 3 more to go through. We've got the Farseer Shaman, the Farseer Shaman, the Slayer Warrior, and the Hellcaller Warlock.
Yeah.
Damn it. I was hoping they'd have an ability called Call Hell, but they don't.
Why did you need to say it that way, Saravasha? Celestial Gangbang. That's unreasonable. That's unreasonable.
Okay, Farseer, Elemental, and Resto, what do you do?
Primordial Wave does stuff. Goodbye.
Okay, so Call of the Ancestors, it's passive. Primordial Wave calls an asset. Okay, so basically...
So ancestors do stuff for you.
Ancestors appear.
You summon them with your spells. They cast stuff. They can...
Okay, so we've got...
Summon themselves.
August guy. We got Celestial Gangbang. Here we've got Ancestral Gangbang. Definitely don't like that.
Yeah, no, don't like that. There's a load of old dead shamans showing up, like lava burst in hand. Lava burst, yeah, just more more charges is a cool thing to have for lava burst and Riptide. I'll say that much for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Spirit Walker's Momentum, using spells with a cast time, increases the duration of Spirit Walker's Grace and Spirit Walker's Aegis by 1 second, up to a maximum of 4.
That's cool.
Primordial Capacity, 5% more mana, 25 more Maelstrom.
Yeah, one of these is more important than the other, realistically.
Offering from Beyond. Ooh. Whenever an ancestor is called, they reduce the cooldown of Fire Elemental and Storm Elemental for 10 or by 10 seconds. Bah!
Yeah, so
that is useful,
it's
sure.
so heavily randomized outside of Primordial Wave.
The other side of that is whenever an ancestor is called, they reduce the cooldown of Riptide by 2 seconds. Moving on.
Those are a bit different in scope, like.
Just a smidge.
But at the same time, cooldown reduction isn't as important for healers because you usually plan around your cooldown usage.
That you had Riptide and then Tidal Wave as the proc thing?
Yeah. You Riptide and then do something.
Last time I played that, I think was BFA Beta, but I remember when I played it really enjoying Resto Shaman.
Resto Shaman's pretty good.
It's almost a shame that enhancement isn't here or isn't covered by something today, because I know it's on your hit list for, I think, the next video you're leading.
Good aspect. Has been this whole expansion, but it's getting better and better and better every patch, which is good. Yeah.
Well, for our final ones, then we've got Nature Harmony, reduces the cooldown of Nature's Guardian by 10 seconds. Causes it. Yep. Okay. That's.
Bro, what do you mean your talent is called Nature Harmony?
Earth Shield has more charges, heals you more. Fair. Maelstrom Supremacy increases the damage of your Earth Shock element. Okay. More damage and healing. Final Calling. Whenever an ancestor expires, they cast an elemental blast on a nearby enemy. But for Resto, they get a Hydro Bubble. What does a Hydro Bubble do? It surrounds your target in a protective water bubble. So there you go. They get a little shield. And finally, there's an active ability at the end of this, though, called Ancestral Swiftness. 45-second cooldown. Your next healing or damage spell within 10 seconds is instant. Deals 10% increased damage and healing. If you know Nature's Swiftness, it is replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes Ancestral Swiftness to call an ancestor to your side.
That's
felt
weird.
like a tongue twister. That's a weird way of getting around things.
Yeah. Here's Nature's Swiftness. You already have that? Oh, shit.
Have another ancestor.
Yeah.
Oprah's like, and hey, under your seat is an ancestor. Oh, no.
Yeah. So that's just you.
Yeah.
You get some procs and stuff. Okay.
I suppose with this, it does come off as pretty boring.
Yeah.
If the ancestors, if it looks cool, that'd go a long way.
Yeah. What do the ancestors do? That's a good point. It's not exactly clear what the ancestors do, because we kind of skipped over it. Whenever you cast a spell, they cast a similar spell.
Yeah.
So basically, if you fire off a lava burst, they'll fire off ancestral burst or some shit.
Mirror images, but a different shade of blue.
Yeah.
There we go. Done. Whole spec. 1 minute there. Or one word. Anyway, right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Hellcaller. Now, with a name like Hellcaller, surely this is going to be cool. So this is for, who's this for?
Destro.
Oh my god, my laptop.
Wither replaces corruption, replaces amulet, so you get a new dot that replaces yours.
Okay, we're already going for something interesting. Okay, so this new one then is called Wither. Bestow a vile malediction. Malediction, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
how
that's
embarrassing.
That's a good point.
I love this though. The flavor text.
Yeah, hang on. I have something I want to talk about after the ancestor bit, because I've seen a few people say, why is everything summon stuff? They're just going to be like, and arbitrarily raids will just lose an extra 15 frames per second because every motherfucker's going to summon an extra 7 dudes. Just here's 5 ancestors and all the celestials. And there's a billion arcane splinters spinning around.
It's totally time for another The War Within is Dead.
Yeah.
Title and thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I say that as a joke, but even I was in Dazara lore today, as you do, fighting Jaina. And number one, cool fight, really cool raid. But whenever Jaina does her big thing at the end, your frame rate just goes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, it totally reminds me of Total Biscuit saying, you know, oh, great. We can't get past Sartharian 10. We can't do it because it breaks everyone's computers.
Yeah, I hope they have, you know, the way the whole thing about the Shadow Priest ghosts not showing up for other people.
Yeah.
And then they accidentally didn't show up for you. So I hope there's something with this that kind of makes more sense.
That's it. We're watching Blizz. So for our Hellcaller then, gotta say, props for the writing here of burning the sinew and muscle of its host, dealing Shadow Flame damage over 18 seconds. Okay. Shadow Flame, Matt. As we know, Shadow Flame, the coolest thing ever, powers Farak, the Ever-Burning.
Yeah, the thing that's super...
Is that what they call... Is he the Ever-Burning? What's
he called, the Ever-Burning? What was he called at the end? It's called something different.
Ah, shit.
I forget.
Yeah. Farak! Matt Mercer.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah,
anyway,
Shadow Flame, the thing that's really Frack the Blazing, Frack the
Blazing.
Yeah,
what the
that's way cooler.
What's the Ever Burning?
I know what you're
I
talking
feel
about.
like something's Ever Burning. But anyway, so what happens? What happens
fucking
here?
brain cells, mate.
Well, who is Zalan? Because he's quite present here.
Demon.
Well, his ferocity gives you 5% shadow and fire damage, while his cruelty gives you 10% critical strike chance for fire and shadow. So that's what Zalan does. Good on him. Blackened Soul. Your damaging abilities further corrupt enemies affected by your wither, increasing its stack count by 1.
Oh yeah, Zalan was the most successful general of the Satyrs in Xavian during the War of the Satyr.
Okay.
So a big Satyr warlock.
Each time Wither increases, it has a chance to become acute, dealing Shadow Flame damage to its host every 1 second until 1 stack remains.
Does it start typing ooh in chat?
Wither will always become acute after reaching 8 stacks, or when its host reaches 20% health.
Agony 2, Electric Boogaloo.
That's it.
Which... kind of actually, yeah. A little bit agony.
Now we've got, of course, moving on, the Mark of the Lagashi. Curse of Weakness also applies. Curse of Tongues.
Hey, nice.
Or of Enfeeblement. Enemies within 10 yards are affected by your Curse of Weakness, and Curse of Tongues at 75% effectiveness.
M plus or raid.
Hate Fury? How about Hate Fury? Just put them together. It's genius.
It's my morning drink, Hate Fury.
I mean, you do think about things that are marketed towards men.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, there's that supplement company called Grenade, and you're like, Grenade Car Busting Pussy Melter 5000. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
But yes.
But that is apparently how you market to us. But anyway, Hate Fury Rituals.
Which is that's the group of Satyr.
Wither deals 100% increased damage, but its duration is 50% shorter. Or Blackheart Tactics. Wither damage is increased by 15%. When Wither gains a stack of Blackened Soul, it has a chance to gain 1 additional stack.
The amount of things that are just like... the amount of talents here that are just... This does extra stuff. And you're like, man,
and everyone's like, here's a little bit more stuff and a little bit more stuff.
Like, again, I'm just like, could this not just have been like for like
for BM? I was waiting for like, you know, your pet's left-handed attacks deal, you know, give you haste, and their right-handed attacks give you crit or some, you know, weirdness. But of course, to move on, we have got Zevrim's Resilience and Ilhoof's Design.
Oh, no, Ilhoof. We know Ilhoof well, so we do.
Do we?
Yeah.
Which one's that?
If I remember correctly, he's the one in Teldrassil that tricks you.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Goes to show what I'm paying attention to. Sacrifice 10% of your maximum health. Soul Leech now absorbs an additional 15% of your maximum health. And really,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, but you lose 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And that was the defining trait of Ilhoof, of course, in Teldrassil.
Yeah.
And of course, Zevrim's resilience. Famously, whenever he consumes a health stone, he also gets 10% of his maximum health as soul leech.
Yeah. Which one is Zevrim? I can never remember half of these fuckers.
Well, Matt, there is one.
He's the Dire Maul East one.
There is one that we do remember.
Yo!
The Mark of Xavius.
The strong ones at the bottom of the tree.
Agony damage increased 10%. Agony is now a combo skill.
Combo skill?
Okay.
What's a combo
Hello.
skill?
Just drop that in the flavor text.
What?
Directly recasting agony within 2 seconds applies agony to one other nearby enemy.
That is literally an entirely new mechanic.
Hit the button twice.
That's literally an entirely new
It's a
mechanic.
new mechanic.
A combo skill.
A combo skill.
Nice.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see if that's anything else.
For destruction, it is a direct copy paste.
Yeah.
Blizzard, I have a shocking way you can reduce your word count for that one.
Yeah, combo skills, what they call Templar Strikes. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Yeah, my bad. Okay, yeah. So there's now another combo skill. Soon we'll maybe get more. That's cool. I like that.
Call the week.
Yeah.
Casting Wither directly or refreshing Wither with less than 4 seconds remaining causes Wither to gain 3 stacks. Whoa.
That's just an addition to their what's it called? What's that mechanic called again? I'm really bad at nouns. Like, my ability to remember nouns is lost. There's a place I order food, like I get food from around down the street. I've forgotten what it was called.
Are you full of proper nouns from your JRPGs? And that means you've no room left for other nouns.
Yeah, I forgot what Kawa was called earlier. I couldn't remember what that place was. I was like, I eat there like once or twice a month. Why did I not remember his name? Oh God, oh dear God. But yes, it's the pandemic. Pandemic, that's the mechanic when you refresh something.
Yeah.
Towards the end and it does stuff. It's interesting that the Mark of Xavius gives Agony a combo skill and Destruction gives Wither. That's a bit weird because, you know, Wither's this button, so you'd expect them both to be the same.
Oh, yeah.
But Destro doesn't have any other dot because it's just like, oh shit, I guess we have to
So
do it this way.
What's our mark?
Oh, wait, because they can Seed of Corruption Wither out. Right. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually.
Mark of Paratharm. Blackened Soul deals 5% increased damage per stack of Wither. And your Agony and Wither are 10% faster for Af and Destro. But the final thing then is Malevolence. What is Malevolence? Yes. Or Malevolence.
It's in a...
We have our Dark Magic. Oh, so this is active ability. You can use it every minute. Dark Magic erupts from you and corrupts your soul for 20 seconds, causing enemies to suffer from your Wither to take Shadow Flame damage and increase its stack count by 3. In Affliction, while corrupted, your active Withers are acute. Haste is increased by 10%, and Malefic Rupture gains 1 additional stack of Wither to targets afflicted by unstable affliction. Okay, so what? You've spread about your Withers, you do your UAs, and then you pop a Malevolence, causing the dark magic to erupt from you. Destro, while corrupted, your active Withers are acute. Your haste is increased by 10%, and Chaos Bolt grants an additional stack of Wither. There. So it is just Chaos Bolt does something. I can understand that.
Malevolence, and then your Withers do more. So it is just all function around this. I wonder how much of...
How will that feel to play? I don't know.
Yeah, but I wonder how much of it's going to be, like, how much of the spec is going to revolve around this comparatively versus, like, how much is Wither management going to be more important
also,
than just wee, Chaos Bolt, wee!
It's called Hellcaller.
Yeah.
I'm not really...
The Hellcaller's it's like a generic, it's one of the most common NPC names for satyrs. Satyr called, like, Xavian Hellcaller.
Okay, yeah.
So it is a satyr tree.
Fair.
It's just like it should be called, like, you know, instead of Hellcaller, it should be like Xavian Fuckboy or something.
The Xavian Fuckboy Warlock.
Yeah, something like that.
That's an add-on to make. You make an add-on that renames every single one of these.
Brilliant.
Just something different, like Xavian Fuckboy. Well, Slayer Warrior. That's nice and simple. Seems like something I can understand. So, Arms and Fury Warrior. Well, our first thing is Slayer's Dominance. Your attacks have a high chance to overwhelm your target's defenses and trigger a Slayer Strike, dealing low damage.
Slayer Strike! 5. Okay, cool. But it applies marked for execution, increasing damage increase.
Slayer! Okay, now canonically in my head, this is the Buffy tree.
I was thinking Slayer's the anime, but sure.
And
We're different people.
yeah, of course. Of course that's how it would go. Well, I'm imagining this as being things that Rupert Giles teaches you.
Mate,
so
if there was a talent I ever wanted to pick in real life, it's this one. Imminent demise. Sudden death can reset more. Cool. Or can do more execute and accelerates your next. Oh, you can sort of accelerate your next blade storm. You blade storm faster. But
so just to finish Slayer's dominance, right?
Yeah.
So our Slayer strike deals low damage, but it applies marked for execution, increasing the damage they take from your next execute by 10%, stacking 3 times. And this is just our attacks in general have a chance to do this. It will happen passively. This is a passive design. So that's imminent design or imminent demise that you covered. Our next one is Overwhelming Blades. Each strike of Blade Storm applies Overwhelmed to all targets affected, increasing damage taken by 1% for 10 seconds.
So is this the executing blade storm tree?
Yeah.
Cool.
Developer note, Fury will have access to Blade Storm via spec talents in War Within. Yeah. Okay, Flurry Blade Storm. It's like Blade Storm with twice the blades. Relentless Pursuit.
Charge fast.
Charge removes all movement and pairing effects and gives you 70% move speed. Vicious Agility. Heroic Leap reduces the cooldown of charge by 5%. Charge reduces cooldown of Heroic Leap. All right. Tunnel Vision. Great. That sounds like me. Your auto attack speed increases while you're in combat. Changing targets resets. Imagine you're just like... Priority edge! Like, no.
Yeah, you're just like,
I cannot lose my auto attack speed.
See, this is where I slightly dislike the difference in how this game is like talent tree wise. Because you look at stuff, it's like, right, here's accelerator. Okay, Blade Storm hits again. All this increased chance. Okay, sure, whatever. But it's like your auto attack speeds increases. How much does it increase? How are you supposed to make a decision between these? If you don't know, like
that,
maybe just mock-ups, like.
Yeah, it could be this is just mock-up stuff.
Yeah. Like, man, you need it to be like by 1% every 3 seconds so people can math it out instead of having to sim it or having to get the data from the logs.
Well, our next thing is that Slayer's reflexes. Slayer strikes have a chance to reset the cooldown of Bloodthirst and Overpower. Or Constant Pressure. Cooldown of Overpower is reduced, and for Fury, it's Bloodthirst.
Yeah, RNG versus no.
Death Dive. You heal for 50% of the damage dealt by sudden death.
Nice.
Which one is sudden death again?
It's the one that lets you execute regardless of health. The one here. Sudden death chance to reset.
Okay. That's quite nice. Slay. Good name. Marked for execution, which is the thing that is applied by Slayer's Dominance, which is the sort of passive that's really hanging over this whole tree. It increases the critical strike chance and damage of your next execute on the target by 5%. Frenetic Flurry, Overpower, or Bloodthirst have a chance to cause you to unleash a brief Blade Storm, a blade spurt, striking all enemies around you once. You can now use Pummel and Stormbolt while Blade Storming. Never mind. Nice. 10 out of 10. That's
but not Shockwave. Shaking my head.
Just imagining.
Man, what the fuck is what's going on here? What?
Constant Pressure and Slayer's Focus
I like how
are the same thing.
No, they're not. They've worded them differently. This is the Overpower cooldown. This is the cooldown of Overpower.
Completely different.
Fucking ChatGPT there, like Grammarly hit me up, change my homework. Jesus Christ. That's weird. That's weird.
It's okay, Matt. We could be saved by a final unrelenting onslaught.
Oh, please.
Would you like one of those?
Oh, yes. Fucking
when you execute a target that you have marked for execution, Very good. Planning. Reduces the cooldown of Blade Storm by 5 seconds per stack of marked for execution and applies stacks if overwhelmed equal to the number of stacks of marked for execution the target had. So the final notes for this are you get a bit more, but no pressy more buttons.
You press sudden death more often.
That's it.
And you blade storm more often. And you press bloodthirst to overpower more often. But nothing else changes except the fact that if you swap targets during combat, you're an idiot.
Well, Matt, a Slayer has one goal, the execution of their chosen target, and woe betide anyone who stands between the Slayer and their prey.
Yeah, like that's kind of...
That is what 10% overpower cooldown reduction says to me.
Like, that's a pretty neat, like, fantasy for just you're the guy that kills the guy, but that's a bit...
When a Slayer has you in your sights, their sights, your days are numbered.
That's kind of... It's so fucking complicated.
I think it's
so complicated for it to be... Here's a slight buff.
There's a bit where it's like you go like this, right? Delete that, and then just go, you get 10% more damage. Done! Next tree!
Yeah, I don't know.
Blizzard, I know how to cut your class design budget by 95%.
Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, most of these so far I've vibed with.
Oh, yeah.
But then I see that one, I'm just like,
well,
did you need to kind of do any of that? I guess I know what the problem is, right? You're not... Oh, yeah.
This is going to exist on top of another talent tree.
Yeah,
there's
this
only
is
so much these poor bastards can do. Hence, overpower cooldown reduced and cooldown of overpower reduced. Right, that's the funniest shit we found. That's really good.
So, this... I don't want to pass too much judgment.
Oh, yeah.
Just because, like, realistically...
Oh, well, didn't we calculate it's like 412 new...
Yeah. Yeah, so like there might be some sort of way in which, or some universe in which you jam this here and go, right, well, how does this look with because obviously they're changing the talent trees up for the War Within anyway. Does this fit into the War Within's talent tree in a way that makes a lot more sense, given, you've got your single target stuff, like auto attack speed going up pretty heavily seems like, oh, well, does that fit in with an Annihilation build for Fury, for example? So do you have like a heavy Annihilation like focus build? It's like you're a Slayer Annihilation Fury Warrior, and you're just like mashing Execute and Bladestorm. Something that might kind of work, but it just feels like they've done so much work that results in they have a stack that's like a few percent more damage, and you're like, fuck, what does this mean to the player? I don't...
That's the thing.
Sometimes you get that. And then other times you go to Druid of the Claw and you're like, you're fucking Baron Catweaving now, and you're like, shit, yes.
Yeah. There's bits in this where I suppose it is, it's very much like, this is a very complicated way to give us that.
Yeah.
But it has to, everything's got to exist within the big framework, so I mean, I can understand it.
Which is like, this... This is like the only tree I've looked at and went... Really, what is the point? Because looking at Hellcaller, I'm like, Wither, there's some point in here somewhere. Obviously Wither, and there's a couple little buffs that are nice. Farseer summons your ancestors a bit. It's a bit shit too. Conduit Celestials I like. Very much vibe with Conduit Celestials. That's cool. Shadowpan, I don't super vibe with, but I do like the core idea of you just go like full Twisted Psychopath on people.
Yeah.
You just full like Fist of Fury 2. Electric Boogaloo on them. Like the Rite of the Apocalypse was good. Spellslinger seems a bit just here's a load of splinters for some reason. And I'm assuming that's focused on like the visuals again. You're like, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the slinging bit only makes sense when you think about how it's animated.
Yeah.
Rather than the sort of
you must be
feel of
flinging load of splinters, but whatever. Pack Leader, Beastmaster Hunter, who cares? That's a joke. Flame Shaper, they had a little to do with it. Fire, some fire stuff, and they managed to do something pretty good with it, theoretically. But like, and Eldrazi Reaver's nice because it's just here's your glaive. But man, I don't know. How are we feeling on this? How are we feeling?
It's a new feature in The War Within. That's my review. I still think that I still think that by and large, and it's weird because it's not like I'm not saying, oh, my food is burnt, take it back to the kitchen. Like, I'm not saying unship this, but I am wondering, versus anything else these people could be doing, was this the move? I feel like they know that stuff related to your classes and that stuff related to class fantasy, I think they know that can be like really, really big. People are interested in that. But when I look at these, in some cases it feels justified. Like, some of those cooler things like Rider of the Apocalypse. It's like, it feels like that stuff has a reason to exist. But then when you see, say, the Slayer Warrior, you don't feel that has a reason to exist. And even as you look across all of the titles of all the different hero talents, some of them feel quite forced. Like, nobody would have thought of that. So I think so far my overall opinion is go back in the time machine, say, realistically, this is just you adding some power creep, but everything's going to be balanced anyway, asterisks. But, it's that thing where it's like, versus where we are right now, where does that take us? Basically, to the same place, but ever so slightly different. I would argue, what have we gained in that process? And are there other things that these designers could be working on with, the amount of time that is being spent on this? Like, I don't know what size of team would be working on this and how much they would be working in this, but you certainly think, like, I don't know, go make a fair, if maybe another spec for something, or maybe another, work, just more work, and I don't know, the new class for Midnight, or maybe just, I don't know, new combat encounters, new things, new gameplay features.
That's exactly it.
Because the thing that would actually, because what they're basically trying to do is to get all of this class-based excitement. The best way to do that would have been class skins. But, doing those as a proper feature where, imagine, how you unlock the different tints of your, like, artifact weapons, like, put some challenge in, put some journey, but that would be a hell of a lot of work. All those art assets are expensive. So this just feels like, trying to just get some design and systems, but in many cases, it's like we've added signal to noise ratio is basically the thing that I'm thinking about, because there's so many of those where it's like, right, you may as well have had, say, a 3-point talent that exists in one of the, the pre-existing trees. You may as well have just added a 4th point to that and let me put a talent point in it. Like, that's what so much of the default power creep there is like. Yeah, like, it's like if you just added one more point to all of your, all of your kind of like random, talent point dump talents. It just seems like a way of doing that, but so that it is airlocked into its own thing, rather than, because of course, the second you're putting more talent points in with the existing talent trees, well, then that gets you into a whole other situation in terms of buildcraft. So it's like they clearly want progression in your character's power and like stuff your character can do, but they don't want to have to deal with what happens if they take the current talent trees and just give players 5 more points on either side of them.
They break without being redesigned.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem. Like,
so I actually think it would have been best to just leave the classes alone, do targeted revamps. Instead of giving us a pack leader, how about you finally revamp? I mean, Hunters have had... It's weird. It's like Hunter has just continually had half revamps. I never feel like they've been good enough.
They're afraid to change it, I think.
Yeah.
Every time they change marksmanship, people get mad. Which is because they make it worse every time, but like... I think with BM being the game that's super easy and that's it, you're like, okay, there you go. There you go. So I think I'm more in favor of them than I was, just because there's a few there that make me go, oh, that looks way better.
Yeah, this has been a stronger crop than most.
Yeah, but it does ultimately lead you to this to the same conclusion of could you have worked some of these elements into existing talent tree, or would this have been better if you had like done anything else? And I guess this is I think we talked about this before. It was like, I don't know what happens with like class designers. I don't know what they're like specifically skilled in. Like, are they the spreadsheet wizards? And they, you know, don't really have much capacity for implementation and stuff like that because they're not trained in it. But would this end up being a better expansion if you took those people and went, you know, hey, class designers, you're going to make this game balanced for the first time ever, instead of doing that, and that's going to take half the time it'll take to make this work. And then for everyone who isn't working on that actively, you're going to learn how to make enemies.
It's like complexity. Often it scales exponentially. It's like the more things we just slap on, then surely that just makes their lives harder.
Yeah, that's like that. Like my major
primary thing in my head.
My major concern is the balance. Dragonflight talent trees are getting into such a good place. I think like most specs in this game are doing astonishingly well compared to like what they were in Shadowlands, and the ones that were busted at the start of Dragonflight are now like improved. So they're just going to go, well, we're going to kind of take another stab at like. Why are you throwing the baby out with the bathwater in a lot of cases by doing this?
Since so many of these, you could just add a lot of the cool things here. You could just put into the existing trees and make it work. Probably.
Yes and no, but like there's stuff like...
Take Rider of the Apocalypse.
Yeah.
There would be a way to get that in the class tree.
Yeah,
or something.
That's a good point. This feels like you're picking a capstone.
Yeah.
And then you're putting 10 points
into a bunch of bullshit around
into your capstone.
Yeah. Like, so basically what I think about this is, see, it's hard because we haven't seen the visuals yet. Like my gut reaction is cancel this feature and put your dev time somewhere else. But we're way too late for that.
Yeah, we're too late for that.
But do you know what I mean though? It's like,
yeah, that's what I would have.
It's like, as I go through, I've not really seen anyone go through the talents and get more excited. It's been people going through the talents and be like, oh, will this be good or will this be bad? Or the thing is, if it is good, it's not because this feature is exciting. It's because that new thing they're like what you had with Claw. Yeah. It's like that thing that you can do now is cool. But in most cases, you could probably extract that little nugget and put it on the class tree or the regular tree, and a lot, like maybe 80% of the goodness that's being shipped here could just be a part of a regular expansion to expansion, you know, tweaking and updating of talents. Because I'm sure there's loads of dead talents nobody uses that they probably want to, you know, fix up anyway.
Yeah.
But again, that is talking high level, and they are the people who are actually living with the specifics every day. So, you know, it's easy to say that, but you know, then you probably sit down with your spreadsheet, get to work, and realize, yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying this is a doomerism thing about the War Within. This is not me, because, like, look, with War Within, we'll get on to the next thing, like with the dungeons, but honestly, like, between the dungeon changes, delves, which I think there could be a lot of potential in, and just, like, kind of, WoW continuing, because it's good now, and I just kind of wanted to keep on going, being good. I'm, like, I don't know. I just don't have an appetite for this feature. I have an appetite for what it tickled up against or brushed up against, which is the skins, but that's a proper big, full, fat expansion feature that clearly would have been outside of production scope for War Within, I think.
Yeah. I'm a little bit tired of this.
Or maybe someone will just say, yeah, but how about just hue shift the light 20 degrees, done.
Done, sorted.
Do you want to be a reddish paladin or a yellowish paladin?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. No, I'm getting a little bit tired of it being difficult to talk about specific features without it being applied as a broader brush to the entire expansion. Because obviously you're like, hero talents, yeah, these probably could have been probably on, like, as a whole, in terms of use of dev time, probably not the best idea. We'll see how they pan out. I don't really want to have to say that and I'm like, well, the War Within otherwise seems perfectly fine, because that's implied, because we're talking about one feature. Obviously,
I think
fine.
Though, there's a part of that it's like we have to be meta conscious about our own words,
yeah,
because they can they can be taken without the context of other things that we've said, and that it's like, it's the thing I always realize. We are aware of 100% of what we've done. Okay, something memory. But if somebody only, maybe sees a few minutes of something we say here or a few minutes there, it's like they could get the wrong idea, and maybe that's why I try to not sandbag, but like I try to. Like, I want to be clear that I am not trashing the War Within. I just think that this is probably not an amazing use of developer time, basically.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought, even though I quite like them, so I'm kind of happy for them. But it's just that opportunity cost of, man, if there's like balance issues in the first scene of this game, I'm just gonna be like, you made your own bed, like you made your own bed, get fucked in it.
Just immediately.
Yeah.
Damn.
What, are you not used to the full phrase? Like,
oh, that's not the full phrase.
No, it's you made your own bed and lie in it.
Oh.
But get fucked in it is a substantially stronger version.
Definitely funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's not this.
It's
fine. Yeah. This basically, right? Do you know what it is? And of course, it's a food analogy. These are a chicken breast. Generally speaking, not exciting. On rare occasions, they can be good. But mostly boring and mostly harmless. Unless it throws the balance of the game off. And, it's one of those things. I certainly imagine if you're a guide maker, you're probably looking at these and thinking, oh, no. Yeah. So, for me, shaping up is a miss. But it's not something I cared about anyway because I'm already satisfied with the class stuff. So for me, it's just, if anything they would do here, it would be sort of, I'd be worried at most they'd be unduly messing around with the formula that brought these working. So cancel all of this and rework Hunters until I like them. And there we go.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Now the next thing is really positive for this expansion, though.
Yeah, this is something that they announced, was it last week or this week, whatever? And it's
Monday.
Monday,
or Tuesday.
Time doesn't make sense. But it's cool as hell.
This changes everything, brackets 4 dungeons. And it really does. It really does. This is a humongous change. I've definitely seen a lot of people be a bit confused about it, but in fairness to that perspective, there's a little bit of it is inherently complicated.
No, not in fairness to this perspective, because there's a graph. Maybe I just understand things visually quite well, but I'm just like, how do you not get that? How do you not read that and go, oh, yeah, it makes sense?
If you can answer that question, it would explain a lot of people.
Yeah. How do you not? There you go. It's on the line.
Basically,
and rewards, both the same thing.
Affixes, the bit people don't like as much. There's less of them.
Yeah.
Mythic
there's
Plus.
There's not less of them.
Okay, there's
That's
less
a bad
of
way
them.
to explain it.
Okay.
They don't kick in until higher on the relative difficulty curve.
Yes.
And also there's an option up here where you don't have to do any affixes that is equivalent to what a Mythic 10 is today, which is basically the higher end of normal, lower end of heroic.
Yeah. So, I mean, the core point, right? The three main issues. Heroic dungeons may as well not exist. They're who gives a shit. And they're so close to normal anyway. Mythic 0 dungeons rapidly lose relevance a few weeks into an expansion, right? So, there's problems. And the only true mode, of course, is Big Timer, which not everybody likes. What they've basically done is they've made Heroic harder. They have made Mythic 0 harder. And that means if you don't like timers and stuff, you have a video game to play. Whereas previously, you had a Heroic dungeon. And that's kind of it. And as for the other things like rewards and currencies, they've just made it work.
All the same.
And it's pretty much equal.
All the exact same as before or thereabouts, realistically.
Yeah, we definitely are kind of giving you the short version of this.
Yeah.
But
that's
like,
there's not really too much to say outside of literally like this is it. Heroic is now as hard as a Mythic 0 was. Mythic 0 is now as hard as a Mythic 10 was. Mythic starts up here difficulty wise and it doesn't end well. It ends here progression wise.
Yeah, but of course it will keep on going up. So all of that high-end Mythic gameplay about the push, you can still push as much as you want. But it does mean if you don't like the Mythic Plus style, but you do like World of Warcraft, there is dungeon content that's relevant to you. I think that's pretty major. Dungeon content is inherently more accessible because it requires less people. And kind of like it's only really the mega dungeons that have had this kind of difficulty exist.
That's
of course,
what they say specifically, right?
Blizzard. So basically, right, mega dungeons and the patch they come out, like Mechagon and Dawn of the Infinite, like those with no timers, and you just go in and kill things and have fun. And actually, there's a boon here to gearing. Mythic 0, of course, the bosses drop their own loot.
Yep.
So you'll actually, versus was it 40%?
40%, yeah.
Yeah, your 40% chance of getting loot at the end of a Mythic Plus dungeon. Well, it's a lot higher in a Mythic 0.
Yeah, and also targetable.
Yeah. And that's relevant because it's not part of the infinitely farmable Mythic Plus system. Mm. So yes, your M0s are in a lockout, but I think that's completely fine.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think that there are effectively zero downsides to this, other than the inherent downside of if you change something, that can lead to confusion. I've already seen lots of people kind of say that this is bad, but then you look at what they've said, and it's clear they've completely misunderstood it. When I looked at the responses to our video, loads of people who are super happy. Like, just so many people, I didn't like Mythic Plus. This actually is a change that can make me come back.
Yep. Why is M01 lockout? That's a question I've seen asked quite a bit, and they didn't give a specific answer outside of it's kind of the way it always was. But if I were to offer reasons, it has to be, one, they're targetable. So if now obviously they're on a lower track of gear than Heroic or Myth or whatever else, but it drops more loot and you can just do it. So I think they want people to do an M0, just loop as opposed to do, one M0 every single week. Or do the one every time you want until you get the item, because that would be like they clearly don't want you to do that because they want you to engage with the key system for loot, which is you have to randomize the dungeon or target to join a group.
Well, the way it's like Mythic Plus. The dungeon is incidental. The thing that gives you the loot's the key. Is almost a way of thinking about it. Whereas here with the dungeon, in order for you to go in, kill the thing, and have a good chance of getting loot, it has to be on a lockout. Similar justification to why raids are on a lockout. Actually, one thing I do want to do is just take a look at the video that we published. Kind of the start of our ongoing effort to revitalize the Warcraft channel. We have a lot of content in the pipeline. But just to go through these, right? Top comment, 172 upvotes. As someone who loved Mythic Plus but always struggled to find time to learn the mechanics of dungeons, having dungeons off a timer that's actually hard enough for the mechanics to matter is huge. And that's a really big point. Let's say, like, you're, a bit nervous about mechanics or you want to practice a little bit. You can't really do that right now, whereas, here you can. Our next one, I've been hoping for this for years. I hate timers, but they love 5-man.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, the one under that. I'm so hyped. I love difficult, content. Somebody else also saying they're excited. There's hello, Night Stalker. Looks like they took the correct conclusions from the 10.1.5 Mega Dungeon release. Yep. Another one of our regulars. Thank God. I've said since, just since start, I want a more challenge in dungeons, but on a timer. Lots of happy.
Yep.
You've actually sounds good for everyone. Well, you've got to go down a bit before you actually start seeing, people being like super, unhappy about this.
Yeah.
So, seems everyone forgot how brutal the dungeons were at the beginning of Kata. I don't think it'll be that. But actually, Matt, imagine launch day of the expansion with this system existing. So an M0, it's going to be hard.
Right. It's really not. It's really not.
No, but the launch of an expansion.
There's going to be slightly more hard.
Okay, put it this way, right?
Yeah.
One of the bits that's always fun at the start of an expansion is doing M0s when you don't have enough gear. And they actually feel like proper fights.
M0 World Tour is definitely one of the best parts.
Yeah. Now imagine the M0 World Tour in the world where that graph exists. Because first we'll be doing our heroic, but the M0 will be quite a bit harder. So that actually means like some of the 5-player content challenge you can get on launch day of War Within is going to be way harder than what the equivalent was in Dragonflight.
Yeah.
Assuming they don't, fiddle around with the accessibility dates for that content. That is actually one thing they could do. They could decide to have the Mythic Zeros open up with the new season, with Season 1 of War Within, rather than being there from day one. Because, just thinking about the gearing implications, given how much better the gear will be from M0s this time around. But overall, one of the ways that I titled this was... initially, as we pretty much always have to go through a few titles to see which ones produce the best results. But one of them was like, this will be massive for World of Warcraft's health. And I saw some people like, really? I actually think no. Like, from it's again an upcoming video. It's with our members, right? No, the Mythic Plus video isn't with our members.
You only recorded this morning, sure.
No, I recorded it yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, time doesn't.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be done in a day. That would be insane. Yeah. Well, it'll probably be with members like Monday or Tuesday, maybe Tuesday. But dungeon content's humongous in WoW right now.
It is, yeah.
And if this is only good, I mean, you can really see the potential. So whenever I say that I think this is massive for the baseline health of World of Warcraft, I do say that backed up by data, of course, the Night Stalker compiled, and I just think this could be really big.
Yeah, there is a slight potential for this to backfire for a lot of players. Only in the single point of, because obviously, I was there saying, M0, it still won't be very hard, because it's fine. There may be people who really do not vibe with the difficulty being higher. But I also think this isn't...
That's fine. They can do heroics. You can... Oh, wait.
No,
heroics queuable.
No.
But Matt...
No.
If you right-click on your character and you click heroic and then you walk into the dungeon, it will be the same difficulty as what an M0 was.
Yeah.
They have access to the only...
No. No, they can't do Mythic anymore.
The point is, those people are stupid. I forgot.
But also those people are 60 to 70% of the player base. Remember Silver Training Proving Grounds? Remember Silver Proving Grounds?
I think the problem with Silver Proving Grounds, some of that's going to be to do with presentation to players, and they just kind of put it. I don't know. I think that could have been done better. I generally think there's going to be some backlash on this game is harder now, and I think they'll counteract that by making the game on average a bit easier. Well, they've already done that.
Yeah, so I feel like even looking at the affix thing there, because the blue dot the blue dot is where the affix is added. So this being affix 3 is here versus being here.
Here's the thing. If they go straight into that initially, they'll be like, oh god, it's too hard. But they can do normal, they can do heroic, they can work their way up, they can get gear. They're getting more gear now. They're able to upgrade their gear. Maybe a bit that's different from the past. Right? A Kata heroic. What was that? Eye level 376?
I don't know.
Or was it 276? I forget anyway. But if you're going into a Kata heroic under geared,
I don't think under gear was the problem.
Yeah, well actually, yeah. And with how modern WoW is, that won't be the problem here. I genuinely don't think this will be a massive issue, especially given how many people do M+, and just how sort of generally good a lot of the player base is. But also just design clarity, and there could be some teething pains, but you have to, if this is fundamentally better, you have to accept the early teething pains and get through it. Most people, I think, would agree now that the gearing and upgrade system in World of Warcraft is pretty great. It has issues. We can talk about crests and alts and stuff like that, but the way that I put it at the time, 10.1 is the worst it would ever be, because that's when the most change was happening. Whenever you then are into 10.2, there's no change. It's still the same system. So, if so much of the negative is front-loaded, essentially feedback-wise. So if you can basically stick it through the initial feedback, but, the sort of overall design is better, will be more successful in the long run. You've got to have the courage of your You gotta have the courage, right? You can't flinch immediately and then kill it. Like, imagine if they had to everybody say, to people saying, "Oh, this is too complex. I don't like this. I don't like that. My bags are full." Like, imagine if they flinched and moved away from the system. They overcorrected after 10-1. Then we'd have worse gearing system in the game. So yeah, I think you're right. There could be some of that, but I don't think Blizzard should flinch because I think the fundamentals here are far better.
I don't think so either. Troku points out that Preach was saying there are people who are complaining because their number is smaller. And that's one of the things that's like really annoying about like having to do with like the psychology stuff.
What number's smaller?
This one. This one's smaller now. And that's the really annoying part I was saying about like working with psychology and stuff. Like,
a lot of the things that appeared in my head were like, just you can't say that on YouTube.
Yeah, one of the positives I was saying was that this will be less, this will be more approachable to people because you'll be doing a +2 instead of +12. You're doing a +9 instead of +19. And that'll be more approachable to people who struggle with like the concept of the difficulty and like feeling the need to work the way up the ladder.
The solution to their problem is actually here, Matt.
Yeah.
Little blue circle, little blue pill, some people might even say.
What?
It just feels like a bunch of fucking weird.
Do you know what people do? What blue? All right.
Okay.
Okay. There's two kinds of blue pill. Okay.
Right. So I was going for Viagra. What were you going for?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay.
I thought you didn't know you were going for Viagra. I was like, what? Why would that?
No, I was going for amitriptyline.
Get back in the Matrix.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That blue
That's what
pill.
I thought you were going for.
I see.
I didn't think you were just like
Yes, I basically
male enhancement. Like
I basically said, well, those are the people who will like. I'm thinking of like car analogies.
Yeah.
You know the people who've got like a shitty car, but they just rev it and annoy everyone. It's like, we get it. You're compensating. I don't know. I feel like, I just feel like if you're genuinely angry at that.
not angry. It's just a mild psychological change of being like. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but if that's genuinely a problem, you're probably just a bit thick, a bit stupid. Like.
Yeah. Do you want to know something really funny about the IQ bell curve, Michael?
Yeah, well,
is that it's a bell curve.
Turns out that's what the channel was named after all along.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the bottom of it.
No, like, sorry if that's genuinely perturbing you.
Touch grass, like.
Yeah, touch grass and stop making a tit out of yourself because you're definitely you're underselling your intelligence with a take like that. See that, man? Very polite way of framing it.
You're fucking buffoon. I will not have you pulling any punches. For everyone you pull, I'll hit twice as hard. Yeah.
Good. I trust you to keep it all in balance. So there's that. I mean, I don't really know what other things. Like, yes, there's a bunch of details and stuff like that we could talk about, but those are covered in the video, and it kind of all makes sense. Yeah. Oh my god! Hang on. What has Automatic Jack said?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We've got content. Let's go.
Are we going to have
difficulty restructure next?
It's going to have a streaming war.
Yeah, trying to figure that.
We can actually back up his streaming war with some numbers that Mr. Dakor on our team has been compiling for, as he says in the little caption that is currently just out of screen, will be updated for a future video. Woo!
Wow, content.
Okay, so basically his point was, look at these graphs, look at these lines. Boy, howdy. Why are they all so close to each other? This is the normal guild clear rate per boss for the whole tier. And you can see Vault of the Incarnates is something that has a difficulty. That being said, of course, we should always first check in with our y-axis whenever we're looking at a graph. Of course, he will have had to. So this is 75% to 100%. You'll have to do that because, I mean, just look at Amir Drasil and Aberrus.
No. What you say here is here was terrible, awful, over, no one finished it. That's what you're saying.
That's it. Only 82% of people killed Razageth.
Disgusting.
So what this is basically is just...
that's why I like Razageth.
Yeah.
Because it was hard.
Yeah, because we actually had to progress on it. And this is normal mode. The thing is, in Heroic, these numbers are... These curves are all the same shape in Heroic. And one of the things that I talk about in a video that comes out tomorrow about the death of Mythic. Matt, it's dying.
Is it?
Oh, do you want to see the thumbnail? You know what? Let's clue them into the thumbnail. It's very dramatic. Now, I mean, in fairness, Big Dumb are gone. Nascent, it was the post from the Nascent person that popped off. And right as all that was happening, Dakor's own Mythic guild exploded. I say exploded. Like, the GM was just like, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. It's been 10. I've been doing this for 8 years. So if you scroll down, here is our big video. It's all up. It's
Don't
still
scroll down, you fucking 2-bit.
You know the way there we go.
Yeah.
It's Notion being very fast all the time. Very dramatic.
Wow.
Oh, hang on. This isn't the
Holy
updated
shit.
version.
Why is Max trapped inside the box?
Max is stuck
What
in
if
the
you?
box.
Why does Max and why do you look so similar?
I just grabbed the thumbnail from the Max
Max's
video.
thing? Nice. Guilds are dying fast with the PC Gamer logo.
It's like some people are like, dire of a CEO text. I mean, I see PC Gamer logo first.
Yeah.
Yes. Although this is not the final version. Was it Dakor that said, like, I think he said, like, why does the cum drop look like that?
What?
It's supposed to be a bead of sweat. In the newer version, it's like a little, it's there.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Sweet Mary, Mother of the Lord. Oh dear.
That was Mr. Decision who was responsible for the cum drop. I then replaced it with a cartoonish sweat drop. There's an amazing look into the thumbnailing process behind a YouTube channel. But anyway, point basically is you look at all these curves are very close together and the completion rates are bloody high. So on normal mode, right? If you were playing WoW and thought that the game suddenly got way easier, you're right. Imagine for once, reality reflecting how we feel about things is crazy.
So boring.
So you can see here, first boss 99.2. I don't even know how that isn't not everyone clearing it. Is that someone who's like only cleared the second boss? Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
Well, the clear rate is.
Yeah.
I guess no, that's people who will have logs.
That's guild, yeah.
That'll be guilds who have logs showing they've attempted a boss, but not having killed it.
Yeah.
On the first boss.
Yeah.
Fucking gnarl root's too much, bro. Gotta back off.
Like I said about the Mythic Zero being harder.
Well, in fairness,
Heroics being Mythic Zero level might be too hard for people.
We are, Matt, talking about the bottom 0.12%.
We are indeed.
Okay. Point is, the lines, the red and the green line, are extremely high. We actually see that Emir Drasil is easier than Aberrus. Now, it could actually be that they're exactly the same, but there's been more power creep, and that's why but whatever. Functionally, you can see that Emir Drasil is easier with, on normal mode, 97.53% killing Farak. Of course, Farak, a ferocious, scary end boss.
He also had a legendary axe, so I'm sure that's probably part of why.
And boss of all time, yep. So, Jack says, what did Jack say? Now do this for rating. So basically what Jack would be saying here is keep normal, make heroic a bit harder. Or maybe he's actually advocating
For Raid Plus.
For Raid Plus.
Yeah.
I'm on to you,
Probably
Jack.
would.
I'm on to you.
He probably would. So what's the graph? What would this look like then? That would just look, well, obviously they don't mean one for one. Obviously just mean redistribute the difficulty a little bit.
Well, I think the thing is then you need to make,
because this would be LFR, normal, heroic, mythic, and it should be closer to LFR, normal, heroic, mythic. Theoretically.
But
Which
there
would
is
be
a
a
problem
terrible
with this.
idea, and that would kill the game, but yes.
yeah, there is a problem with this. As much as Jack says that, Blizzard just did the opposite. Like, Blizzard have literally just kept Emir Drasil way over here on Mythic, and then just moved heroic fucking beside normal.
That's what I'm saying. We're currently here, basically.
Yeah.
We're currently where this is what people do. And this is what sickos do.
No, delete all of these and
Yeah,
only
yeah.
keep.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, imagine if your dungeon difficulties were normal, heroic, and mythic plus 20.
Yeah.
That's what raiding is like
Well,
right
also
now.
there's LFR here.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
this is roughly the equivalent, right? Technically speaking, it's a little bit closer to LFR, normal, heroic, mythic, but there is that case, like there is just that.
Like in essence,
it needs to be redistributed in some
I
capacity.
certainly agree with Jack. Now he is a significantly more high-end, competent player than I. But if even I average, fucking manual mic to automatic Jack, even if I'm thinking that heroic is way too easy, and like the thing with mythic is we can't even go in mythic because we would need to spawn new friends, and we don't want to do that. Yeah. We're actually happy with our friends in our social group. It's okay. We don't. And then, of course, this sort of dovetails. Oh, wait. Nah, Matt, it's... Okay, so here's the bit that's tricky about it. There's fundamentally always going to be a move from flex to no flex. However, if you were to put Mythic 10... directly on that sort of horizontal difficulty, dots. Just between where heroic and mythic raid is, put mythic 10. Yep. Problem solved.
What?
Problem solved. Problem solved. Next segment. Done. I mean, definitely not. I guess inherently it's always going to be messy because at some point you need to move from flex to no flex.
Or do you? Yes, you do. No, you need to just remove flex, easy. Just kill the game. Just ruin the game for everyone.
Just ruin it for yeah.
Yeah,
or heroic plus. Just do heroic plus. Heroic. Just add monster power to heroic. Incredible. And for every monster power up you go, all of your gear drops one upgrade level higher. Perfect. Amazing. Don't do that. It would be too much. Too confusing.
Yeah,
Our man's in deep thought.
I'm at a loss. I'll tell you why.
Game's doomed. Matt's at a loss. I'm just imagining, the tweet that's like, it's all over. Tim Dog's left. Matt's at a loss. We're going home, folks.
It's all down to audience percentile stuff. And like training audiences. Because same with that, like with stuff, I feel like it's a better idea, but I'm also really worried about them ever making the game harder. Because every time we see the game being made easier, the numbers go up.
Okay.
And I feel really bad about like personally advocating for like heroic should be harder, because heroic is a fucking cakewalk for us like half the time. Nowhere near as bad as it is for like mythic bidders. But I'm just like, I can't say make another difficulty for me. I can't say that. And when I say me, I don't mean literally me.
What if you
I
did,
mean
though?
like for the players who are like me and in the skill gap.
What if you did, though?
But I don't know if I should be catered to.
What is a word between heroic and mythic?
I'm sure someone who's good with ciphers could find out the...
No.
No.
That's loot.
No, because I was thinking of the Grand Blue difficulties where it goes easy, normal, hard, very hard, extreme, maniac, and proud. But
okay, very heroic.
To like maniac there.
Hello, we're doing very heroic raid tonight. Yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging.
Yeah, it feels complicated because I don't want to say make the game harder, even though I want it to be harder. Because every time I go into an LFR, I want to die. Because it's so mindlessly easy, but I know that's what people like. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, so we're at a challenge here. But I think like heroic raiding, which has always been harder than it has been in these past two tiers, it has always been a strong bedrock of the game. Yeah, it always has been, and it doesn't exist anymore. Because what Emir Drasil isn't it? But if we get loads of people into it now, and then we re-normalize it, to its older level of difficulty. That's happened before, Matt. All of this has happened before, and all of this will happen again. Cylons, Matt! There's Cylons everywhere. No, this happened before.
I'm probably a Cylon.
Oh yeah, no, you're definitely a Cylon.
Cylon,
Yeah, no, you're definitely a Cylon. But you suffer because you have human insight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a rough deal, dude.
Yeah.
It's happened when we moved from Icecrown Citadel to Bastion of Twilight.
It's Cataclysm killed the game.
Cataclysm killed the game.
That's right.
Because what happened, right? You had 10 and 25 normal, and then you had 10 and 25 heroic. Back then, heroic, definitely harder, or well, you would say harder than an Emir Drasil heroic, easier than a mythic, though. But, heroic is like the thing people would race. Just I know that, for half... The current name with Mythic has existed for half the game's life now. So we can no longer rely on people knowing
to say go back.
Yeah, we can no longer rely on people like being familiar with the system pre-WoD.
Fucking Legion babies, the lotties. The lotties, all of you fucking watchers.
Tisk.
All Legion babies. And then you go, how long was Legion ago? And then you immediately turn to dust as the answer is revealed to be 8 years.
Yes, they were watching Peppa Pig. We were raiding.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm very sorry.
Now they're raiding and we're watching the world burn.
So the way that it was back then is you had 10, 25, and then heroic 10, heroic 25. Now, 10 was easier than 25. So your difficulty modes were 10-man normal, 25-man normal is harder than that, 10 heroic is harder than that, 25 heroic is harder than that. So you had these 4 difficulties, and go away, hand. You're not no visual aids. You had 4 difficulty levels that persisted into Icecrown Citadel, but then Blizzard collapsed 4 difficulty levels into 2 with the Cataclysm, because in Cataclysm they kept 10 normal, 25 normal, 10 heroic, 25 heroic, but they tried to make it so the 10 and 25 were the same level of difficulty. And what this meant is that for all the people who really enjoyed Icecrown 10, well, for them, 10 just got harder, and it no longer suited their playstyle. This is, literally something that impacted a guild like I was in. A guild, it's, I suppose, when you have an A team and a B team for Icecrown Citadel, there's like maybe a bit of a worry there that you're like, it's always hard when kind of different teams of different sort of competencies exist, or not even competencies, just levels of giving a fuck exist. But, suffice to say, there were issues. I never made it onto Drama Time, sadly.
Unfortunately.
I probably threw in with the wrong lot. But then I ended up back with them having the fucking time of my life during Mists of Pandaria. So, all's well ends well. Anyway, my point is, you now can't make heroic harder. Because if you make heroic harder, then you just ICC to Cataclysm everyone. And that would be rough. So I don't really know what to do. But Mythic doesn't seem to be serving its purpose all the time.
No, to me, the solution is really dire.
I know you want to do. He's going to kill Max. He's going to kill Scripe.
Yeah, tell the current Mythic raiding community to,
go fuck themselves.
Stick something up themselves and go for it. And then bring Mythic down to a more tolerable level. That's more
don't threaten me with
people.
A good time.
Yeah, go right. And how we have a 10 to 15 to 20 Mythic. That's heroic. That basically is heroic hard mode.
Yeah.
Versus actually insane, months of prog difficulty. Because it is a little bit of what's the point? How many players are there? And I hate saying that because I never want to go to someone and go, oh yeah, well actually the way you're playing the game sucks balls. Fuck you. I don't ever want to literally really say that. I'll say it, but I won't always mean it. Obviously,
just happens to be that whenever they finally quit Mythic raiding, their life becomes better.
Yeah.
you know the jokes of the future without Mythic raiding, and it's all the lovely utopia image. I don't know. Because, like, if you made Mythic to be a progression, you know, from normal to heroic, from heroic to Mythic, but then you made competition, it's called Competition 20.
Like, that's the problem, right?
Which just, it feels like you're... Like, it feels like a very blunt solution to just retain current Mythic, make a new Mythic, and just call it competition mode for the guilds.
So, like, here's the struggle, right? When you're thinking about this as a game, more than like an MMO with all this different stuff, you go, right, it's a game. What are you designing? You're designing a progression. You're designing this like little curve of progression of gear versus difficulty, and you want to do it in like almost every kind of game wants to have a decent sense of difficulty curve where you go, well, it gets harder, but you can overcome it, and you get over it by a combination of skill and gear. Gear doesn't do it alone because we're adding mechanics as well as ramping up numbers, so you need to improve both. Which, right now, for the vast majority of the player base, the difficulty progression system literally does not work. It's like, it works for Mythic Plus, largely speaking, because there's no systemic changes and no massive jump in difficulty. Some of that is the gradation of M+, and maybe that's what they're trying with this other thing where you, with the dungeon changes, where you do go, okay, we're going to go, you know, heroic will be Mythic, and Mythic will be Mythic plus 10 and Mythic plus 10. So they are reducing that a little bit and spreading it out further. So to me, I feel like the issue is that normal and heroic don't lead to Mythic. LFR doesn't really lead to normal.
Yeah.
Because LFR half the time is a nothing can kill you unless you try. Normal is a you still have to try to die. And heroic is kind of gameplay, but you can outgear it way too easily at the minute. And it's a little bit simple at times. Like Farak is such a simple boss. Like, dodge some stuff, kill some boys, do some orbs. Like, I feel like
simple as
hang on, do some orbs. Like, but
North raid boss tactic infographics.
Fantastic, I like it. Yeah,
John, I think we should do that anyway.
Yeah. So you don't go from heroic to mythic, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just don't. You don't with the same group unless you're happen to be 20 anyway, which is unlikely considering you're probably not, and you're more incentivized to be like 12, 14, something like that. So you can't do mythic directly, which means the answer is to pull mythic back down to be part of the progression system.
Yeah. And
this is something I've been thinking about a lot, like playing Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and how much of a game that is. Like, and it's inspired by Monster, inspired by MMO stuff. But it's like, its whole thing is you get gear and you get better as you go. These bosses, like, you're fighting the same boss on a higher difficulty. It sometimes does more stuff. I know at Proud there's a big jump of like unique boss fights. But like going from like extreme to maniac is, everything is pretty much like slightly harder. And your gear slightly better. So you do need to hit the literal progression, and you can make it slightly easier by like grinding out older stuff for better gear. But like the actual point of view, progress the whole way to the end of the game is there. Whereas in WoW, it's like, it feels like the ability to go from heroic to mythic in rating is not there.
Yeah.
Mythic is an aspirational thing for very, very few, which is really struggling. And whereas M+, you can do that. M+, theoretically speaking, you can go do a plus 18 and be fine. Now, not everyone can do an 18.
To bring it to the fundamentals,
yeah,
it's changing difficulty within the same format.
Yeah, Mythic Plus is so much of a jump, it's outside the format as well. Like, it's outside of the format literally, but also the difficulty gap is too high as well.
Yeah, with Mythic Raid.
Yeah, not Mythic Dungeons. Mythic Dungeons are basically like, not the perfect form because there's a little bit of jump affixes, and the scaling being like on a curve makes it rougher because it isn't 10%.
Oh, but still,
there
you're dealing with tuning rather than fundamentals.
Yeah,
like,
as well, yeah.
Fundamentally, LFR exists on its own. Mythic exists on its own. Normal and heroic have progression.
Yeah. So I feel like if you were to start from scratch and excluding the fact that there's an like a established scene with established skills and stuff, if you remove that and you go, well, what would you do from scratch? I think you would want to make a funnel that leads people to mythic, but the actual, like, the filter from heroic to mythic is just way too strong. It's, to use a really terrible analogy, just like you're making coffee, and instead of filter paper you just have just a steel, like just a bit of steel, And you're like, why am I not getting any coffee at the bottom? It's like, because you've just put a sheet of steel into your filter, and obviously nothing getting through.
So there is another game that has
coffee
an answer.
water's pushing off the side. And you're like, what am I doing wrong? You need to make it filter paper, I guess, in a way.
Destiny 2 has a thing called contest mode.
Ah, the game that ruined the whole world.
Yep.
The game that ruined the games
Just to
industry.
give you an example, just in case, Matt and dear viewers, you are feeling like contest mode root of nightmares. You need 1780 power to be at the cap for all of the encounters. Contest mode. Contest mode will cap all players at 20 power below each encounter of the raid for a full 48 hours of the race.
Insane.
And then it just goes into a bunch of details that I do not understand whatsoever. Basically, my point is they have a thing called contest mode, and it seems that this is how they tried to get around this problem. Now that said, in searching for contest mode, I did find a Reddit post that's like the next answer or next result in Google is a Reddit post saying, I wish contest mode wasn't a thing. That being said, it has 0 votes in Reddit and 38 comments, so who knows? Maybe it's wrong.
Ah, yes.
Also, contest mode happens only... Well, actually, this is a very different thing. Or very... this is a thing we should pay attention to. Reddit user Godavari says, contest mode only happens for 96 hours a year.
Nice.
Because in Destiny 2, there's no, 3-week-long race. Like, the contest mode's active for a small amount of time. For the contest. Then it, goes to regular game design after that. I don't know what the solution is. And I'm sure everything we've talked about here and many other things we haven't have all been floated at Blizzard. And they're probably still looking for a solution. Because I definitely see it in, I think if you got a lot of them one-on-one, and you're maybe not talking about what we as individuals prefer, but you're talking about what would probably be the most rewarding and successful progression in the game, they probably wouldn't do it the way that it is. But it is the way that it is, and there's a lot of people who are invested in the way. Even if Mythic is struggling, there's still a lot of people invested in that. In some cases, very literally.
Yeah.
So that's the thing with the Race to World First. That shit is taken really seriously. And when you go to BlizzCon, you can see, there's Max and the Liquid Flock, and there's Scripe and the Echo Flock. I mean, in that case, it was like that because they were doing a competition thing at that BlizzCon, I think. Were they?
Well, I'll explain it.
Were they? I think they were.
Remember. Yeah, they were doing was it the first boss of a major or something?
But that's some serious shit.
Yeah.
But so then, it's kind of funny because it's like Blizzard have got this version of, it's like you got Mythic pre-nerf and post-nerf.
Yeah,
they literally have to nerf Mythic to increase the participation rates. Loads of Mythic guilds, a fucking pretty big percentage, are getting... Well, the vast majority are getting nerf-assisted kills. So the thing is, Mythic doesn't even exist as a difficulty mode.
Yeah, Mythic is fluid.
Yeah. There's the fluidity of a few weeks of rapid gearing, and then the fluidity of Blizzard hitting it with the Nerf hammer.
Yeah, Mythic weeks. Did you finish the guild on or the guild? Did you finish the raid on Mythic? I was a Mythic week. Mythic week 12 this time. Well, it wasn't as good as the Mythic week 11 last time. You're like, fuck.
So in that case, in one side of the game we have Mythic Plus, and another side of the game we have Mythic Minus.
Yeah.
It's just it's called Mythic Minus rating. Blizzard just...
Yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah, increments that every week. Well, and then we get right back to Ice Crown Citadel with fucking Varian and Thrall giving us a percentage more power every few weeks or whatever it was. That was a funny system. I mean, it was funny just because, the designer's hand could so easily be seen. So, there's that.
Designer hand we couldn't see the designer's hand. The designer's hand was still in while you're playing. It's the equivalent of you're sitting there eating your dinner at a restaurant and the chef is just coming over and throwing bits of salt in. Just oh shit, yeah, actually there wasn't done. There's salt. Forgot to do that. Just you're sitting there taking a bite of whatever and they just actually, let me taste that. Actually, that's not quite done yet. Let me get some hot sauce right. You're like,
I'd rather have the chef's salt on my salad than the chef's dick.
Yeah.
So then, where are we? That's that segment done. Oh, wait, no. Affix is re! That's the other part of our document.
Oh my god, fucking hell.
Re!
Affixes, get rid of them.
All right, go down. Re! There we go. I don't know why I'm saying re. I agree with all these people. That's a big statement.
I don't know about positive affixes.
Right.
They seem cool, but also I guess I'm becoming a little bit more of a purist in design.
Yeah, but here's the thing though.
I'm like, just give us the fucking dungeon.
Preach is no longer a Coomer.
What?
Like, he's no longer someone who spends his entire life just playing WoW every single day going... So instead, I think he's coming from the perspective of more like, I'm just dude and I play games. Look at that. That affix, that looks fun.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go play this thing this week because it would be busted and cool. Like, that's, I think that's what he's saying. And that's like so divorced from our, everything has got to be a perfect, correct design. It's like we're all so in the trenches that we're talking about, all the little minutiae and details. But from a perspective less in the trenches, he's just like, fucking, I don't know, more haste when I'm running to the left. Sure, let's go. Whenever Matt's laughing, I get worried.
I'm laughing because people in chat are objecting to your use of the word Coomer.
That's okay. That's true. Okay, I would say whatever I am getting to is a Coomer comorbidity, but not Coomer. That's fair.
All right, so
but it is comorbid.
You've never heard that word. I would have expected you, rectal espionage sailboat, to have heard that word. I don't know what gives me that impression, to be quite frank, but I'd assumed that, to be honest. Yeah, your mind went elsewhere. Yeah, because that's where it should have went, because that's what the word means. He just reappropriated it. What he basically kind of meant is a WoW gooner, but that's also a different story. Yeah, we use some inappropriate words in this show.
Very good.
If your children ask what they are, tell them to be quiet. Go to bed. I don't know what time it is. Yeah, I'm not sure about I'd be a great parent.
Just imagine you as like a grumpy, just grumpy old grandparent. It's like 11 a.m. Piss off, kid, go to bed. I'm watching my auction television programs on BBC Two.
Oh no! As was a bit by the great George Carlin. When I'm old, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna use it the opposite way around. I'm just gonna go to bed at any time I want. Just listen, like 8 in the morning. I'm just like, I'm somewhere I don't want to be. I'm like, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. And they're like, oh, all right, Grandpa Matt, let's get you to bed.
Man, I'm gonna play Halo 3 with the boys till we all get dementia.
Yeah, I'm just. I'll revert to actually being a teenager. I'll just like lie in bed in the dark playing my DS under the pillow, like.
Yeah.
Insane.
Man, if you're playing Halo 3 until you get dementia, the level of Halo 3 Cortana, that would be a really bad place to get dementia in. Anyway,
we're talking about positive affixes. I get that affixes are generally a problem. I get that people would rather have the pure dungeon design. I think the want for positive affixes is a little bit of an overswing in a way where I'm like, I don't think you need the hop into the dungeon and get 40% haste. Wee! But then I'm a little bit more of a purist in like my tastes for design stuff. I'd rather it be like, just play the fucking game proper. Like,
well, Blizzard are probably also thinking, right, with a positive affix, how many things could I do? Yeah. Although Kiss Curse, like you could have. Imagine there's an affix. That's a bit much. But imagine there's an affix called fuck goo.
No, that's not, dude. Apply the briefest moment of thought before you speak.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
I meant goo as in it's stuff on the floor in a video game, and fuck as in,
yeah,
it's very important.
I got that. Yeah, I immediately understood what you meant. But there is a lot of people watching who are not attuned to the way you fucking speak.
So it is also the case that I'm pretty sure me and Matt could have a full conversation and like half our office wouldn't even know what it was about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. So what I was actually thinking about was the goo in Hellfire Peninsula. No, Tanan Jungle. Wrong time period.
Love Tanan.
Where in Tanan Jungle, whenever you stood in the green lava, you would get a plus 10% damage dealt and received buff. and that would stack until you die. So you could put that at like you do 80% more damage and you take 80% more damage, and it would just be crazy. Now, you could maybe have a Kiss Curse affix that puts some goop into places in the dungeon, but it is Kiss Curse goop.
You are smoking unbelievable levels of crack. I'll tell you why.
I just like unbelievable levels.
Yeah,
God.
You're. What's it they say? You are gonked out of your sword. Like, zonked out of your gourd. Sorry, you're zonked out of your gourd.
Gourd?
Yeah, that's what people say. Have you guys went over the new itch trees yet? For a certain subset of people, itch don't shorten something to itch. Anyway, I was gonna say.
Good. I don't get that one. Fantastic.
Difficulty. No affixes. It was the fuck you problem. Yes. You shouldn't really put. Kiss Curse is dangerous because it has this really scuffed problem of like degen behavior.
Oh yeah.
And this is the eternal problem.
Vengeance.
Yeah, like
it's
exactly that where you go, well, I'm gonna stand in this, and it's like, would players stand in a plus 50% damage taken for plus 5% DPS? Would players do that? And the answer is fucking yes.
So the problem is we would do that, and if we die, we all have a big laugh because we like each other. However, if this happens in a in a normal, Mythic Plus environment, I suppose you'll immediately have you'll have to perform account actions against people.
Yeah, people will be flamed for standing in it, flamed for not standing in it. The healer will be flamed for not letting someone survive.
Implemented immediately. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, you'd be flamed in it. You'd be like, the healer will be flamed for like just existing as always, as they always are, and that's kind of what would just. That's the problem with curses. How do you design curses? And this is the problem. You go, well, just design a curse, bro. And you go, well, they did design curses. You know what they're called? The rest of the fucking affixes. And nobody likes them.
So, Matt.
So when people say they want a Kiss Curse affix, what they mean is they want something to make that they can fucking cheat and have it just be a kiss and not have to worry about it.
Okay, so I have a new recommendation to make to the WoW team. Quit. Leave.
Your job's impossible. Quit.
Yeah. Never mind. Turns out MMO development was just barking up the wrong tree. People are the problem. You'll never be able to fix it. Just run away. Run away.
Yeah.
Because it's like the amount of times you're like, oh, that's a cool idea. Wouldn't that be fun in, insert any normal video game you might play.
Yeah.
And then the second it's applied to an MMO.
Trickle down metanomics kills it. Every time.
Trickle down metanomics?
Yeah.
Did you make that up on the fly?
I think so.
That's
I don't know.
Really good.
Yeah.
I really. Fuck! Trickle down metanomics is amazing.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I've been playing Granblue Fantasy Relink, which is an MMO light in a it's a like a Monster Hunter style game, 4-player co-op, but you can have an AI party. I have went out of my way to not look at a single piece of information. Sometimes, like, I follow the Twitter account because it will have patch notes. I have not looked at a subreddit. I've not looked anywhere near like a Twitter thing whatsoever. I've not looked at fucking anything because I know I will poison my own brain. And like, I'm happy enough to like join quick quests and stuff, but like, I know whenever I get to the proud difficulty, which is like the highest stuff, I know people are going to be melts. I'm terrified of people being melts because it's like, I have to get my reward fast. This quest completion time is too slow. I won't be able to meet my quota of quests today, and I'm having a meltdown, Just like, that's how people play games.
I'd like to inform you I'm currently experiencing a meltdown.
Yeah, like, that's how a lot of people play games, and they're fucking insane for it. So like, I know I have to go out of my way to not be that way, and like in WoW, I worry a little bit about that when it comes to like doing hierarchies. I don't like going above like the 14 to 15 range without like a full group of people that I know, because that's when people get mental. Like, I could do like plus 11s, 12s all day and just like chill out. Like, this is great. People just walking forward and pressing buttons, and I'm having a decent time paralyzing the incorporeals and doing my big stuns and popping DPS on boss. Like, this is pretty fun. But as soon as anyone who has the vague notion of metagaming in their head shows up, I'm like, fun has been deleted. By virtue of not having fun, you've made me not have fun. Fuck you. So I think that's literally a problem with MMO development, and that's why I think like, I never want to say, right.
When it trickles down, everyone gets wet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's just a load of morons standing at the top of some made up mountain that they've perceived, just pissing down everywhere. And was like, dude,
this is my piss mountain. I made it for me. Well, no, it's more like, this is my piss mountain. I found it at, I don't know, fucking some website or elitist streamer.
Yeah, and
God, what a statement, elitist streamer.
And I don't really want to be under the piss clouds as I'm playing the game. Like, clouds. And that's the annoying part. Where like, the more we move into, or the simpler design kind of tends to be, and the less room for that kind of optimization there is, then I think generally the better the player-based experience will be. And that's why like there'll be a more breakdown of this in the Mythic Plus numbers video, which is coming out soon enough. But I would definitely advocate for no affixes before I'd ever advocate for a kiss curse or a positive, even though they sound like fun.
Fair.
I'm definitely like, no.
It's like you'd almost rather do none of them, but I don't know, maybe have a brawl and just do your weird shit in the brawl as a fucking side thing.
I don't, yeah, like that, like that's fine.
But it couldn't be a part of the main thing because of the leaderboards.
Yeah, like just yeah, we are sliding into culture problem discussion. Game culture is extremely important. Does anyone want to talk for 5 minutes or less about Helldivers 2?
So I was about to say BRB bio.
Yeah.
And it's not in response to Helldivers.
Yeah, so remember...
It's a response to great need.
Remember when everyone had loads of fun playing Helldivers 2? And most people are still having fun playing Helldivers 2.
That game over!
And then they made a patch happen. And then everyone went off the fucking rails, completely botched their brains. Metagaming and screaming, all sorts of things. All roads and directions. And that's the kind of... There's definitely a problem in gaming culture, 100% around like the notion of metagaming. And some of that's like kind of esportsy in a way, where some of it's driven by people who like, you know, come out of their fucking League of Legends or Valorant or CSGO holes just covered in dirt with a broken philosophy. And they try to apply that to other things they play. And obviously I think if you're metagaming oriented, I think that's okay. It's just in co-op games, adult online multiplayer, that's when it starts to, when people start to push their desire on other things there. Speak for yourself, my crew's having a sweaty blast. Yeah, because you have a crew. I assume that's the majority of it, as opposed to what happens with, I think, like as soon as you have open matchmaking and harder difficulties, people kind of go mad. That's a good way to put it, Shiva. The problem is that now everybody wants to be and everybody tries to make everyone else compete in the Olympics. That's certainly kind of the problem. And this is where I think like going back a little to me talking about like Mythic rating difficulty being like way too hard and being like a design sense of progression. There's something about like the sweatiness of the higher end of progression just goes bad. And it's like, I don't think pugs are necessarily bad. I just think it's like the incentive of why you play is a large part of the problem. And like, you don't really find that too much in games where there's no sense of, or there's no like big achievement difficulty. And like, that's the problem people have. That's why people want to do no affix, no timer. Because they want to just play the game and have fun. But, you know, people want success even if they're absolutely nowhere near it. Some of us only get to play multiplayer content in random groups. See, Jix, I'm actually very much like that. Some of it's because I like don't play with people because I play at like weird times, like late at night, early in the morning. And some of that is just like I don't really. A lot of the time, like I'm not going to start pinging like 10 people. Be like, stop what you're doing immediately, come play with me. But like, there is the simpler things are, I think, the less you can, or the more you can get away with your players being reasonably normal without being insane. And that's kind of thing with like the Helldivers example specifically, where people getting mad over like different meta builds in the game where they very specifically went, no, like that we're going to some degree to stop people min-maxing, and then like they like a bunch of hidden stats of weapons and stuff, and then they're like, well, we'll just change some stuff, we'll change some things up, and people are going fucking mad. Similarly, expecting to run difficulty 8 or 9 with no fails is unrealistic. See, that's one of the like failure, and this definitely applies to Mythic Plus, and it applies to WoW massively. People are playing to win. People don't play for a chance to win. People don't really play that much to have fun. People play games now for extrinsic reasons. They play for success. They play to get the gear, or they play to get the number go up, things like that. And if they don't get that, then it was a waste of their time, which they are obviously going to externalize. If they think they're fine, they're going to they're going to blame it on other people for making their time, generally speaking, be a worse one. And that's kind of that's just the continual frustration of it all. How you can't really stop metagaming, but I think as a developer, you can kind of, the simpler you run, the more likely you're going to make the average experience better. Probably. But also, I can't say that for sure because I haven't seen it happen.
There you go.
So, yeah, actually, there's another question from Mr. GM. Should Mythic Plus Keystone Depletion exist? I think no.
No.
I think no from the perspective of if I finished, if I lost to a boss in a game, and then it said, actually, you're doing the last boss again, I would say, no.
Well, the fuck I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, unfortunate death in Elden Ring there. We've unkilled the last boss.
You've already lost time.
Yeah.
You've already lost time and not achieved your goal.
Yeah.
This is, what do they say about positive and negative reinforcement?
Yeah.
And you can already, like, deplete your own key. This is useless. Useless holdover. Not effective. Okay. There we go then.
Mythic Plus is dead. No, wait, that's not the point.
We have explored.
The point is, it's great.
We have explored Mythic Plus and Mythic Minus today.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Absolutely.
So, what about that much needed PvP class tuning? Yeah, cool. So, wow, look at that. Look at that. Demon Hunter changes. Incredible. It's actually quite a lot of changes. But why would they do that when nobody plays PvP other than Rookie and his hallucinations?
It took me a second to parse you said hallucinations. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Tuning. Sweet. I'm sure there'll be more of that. I'm trying to talk about the dog shit this week.
The dog shit?
Yeah.
Oh, buggy rushed and disappointing Hearthstone's 10th anniversary event.
This is dire, dude.
Yeah.
This is dire.
Dire.
I feel like they had like one person do this, give them like 3 days to implement it, and then halfway through finishing, they said, actually, no.
They gilded this event in gold upon our roadmap.
Did they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's like has a little golden banner.
They should have yoked it off the fucking cliff.
Yeah, so it went live, but they didn't really tell anyone what it was. And then after it went live, they posted an article. It then was broken completely, where for some people the portals were spawning, for others they weren't spawning. For some they were spawning every like 5 minutes, so then people were able to just spam the pre-made finder to server hop or shard hop so that they could just do it all really quickly. Then there's seemingly like no real UX on the minigame.
Yeah, I'm sure we have.
Do we have any footage of the minigame?
Not of it actually been played here, but like, see what happens if you're unfamiliar. What happens is
29 and 23, yes.
That's their health bars. You log into the game. This is what happened to me on Monday. Logged into the game. I was already parked there. I didn't know. I wasn't for any reason. I was just parked there. So I logged in. There was a load of people around me in one Hearthstone table. And I was like, what's this? Went over and picked up the quest. Play a game of Hearthstone. Play X cards in the game of Hearthstone. I was like, okay. I went over it, waited for the game to finish. I got a little pack of Hearthstone cards.
Yep.
And they added Hearthstone cards to my collection when I clicked them, and there were specific actual Hearthstone cards. I don't know where. I don't know.
I don't know where they are.
I don't know how to see my collection.
Where are they? Yeah.
Outside of the achievement that tracks it, I clicked on a chair and sat down. It was a wee vehicle, a wee fixed camera angle, and I had button to play a common card, a rare card, epic card, a legendary card, and then there was no timer for a turn. Just randomly, sometimes I would get mana. That would be the secondary resource of the vehicle. No indication of how much mana. Like I got like 3 the first time, so I played a common card.
Oh no!
And then the next time I got 5 mana, and then I pressed it because the buttons is to play a random card, and then I pressed a random epic. Is it okay? Whatever.
Your only button.
Let's play a random card of like each type based on mana cost. So I don't know when my turn ended, except I pressed the button till I run out of mana. There's a timer, you just don't get to see an interface. Yeah, I assumed as much. So I got 7 mana and played legendary. There's only 3 things on the board, 3 spaces for minions, which have no stats. They're just little 3D models floating there, who like do attack animations sometimes. You don't get the target attacks or anything, it just happens. So I had played a couple of, you get more mana each turn. Yeah, I figured that out, obviously, because I played Hearthstone, but it was just, like, it wasn't clear how much.
There's no UX, basically.
Yeah, if you hadn't played Hearthstone before, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Obviously, they expect you to have played Hearthstone because you log in for the Fiery Hearth Steed, which didn't work.
But if you were playing Hearthstone, you'd at least like to have a UI.
Yeah, at least I liked it something. So then I just pressed the legendary button, and then because my table was full, it replaced one of my minions with my Ragnaros.
Oh.
No, not Ragnaros, my Baron. And then my Baron just killed the other guy. I just won. I just hit him for more damage every turn.
Well done, woo!
Yeah, and then I was like, what? It was probably functional.
Oh, I'm sure.
But it was the most pointless experience I think I've ever had in World of Warcraft.
It's like if you could play this game as if you were just fiddling around with Python, like in a console, it'd be fine.
What?
You just you made the logic.
What's Python got to do it?
No, you just like made the logic in some simple language, whatever. You just made the little thing, little text based.
Oh, like the way you used to play Peggle and Wrath,
yeah. If it was Peggle. But imagine it's this.
Did you never play Peggle and Wrath?
I played Bejeweled with the add-on.
Oh, you played Bejeweled, not Peggle?
Oh,
fuck's sake.
But imagine
We're
that.
different.
It's text based. It's like you could understand that because it's like it's simple and there's feedback.
Yeah.
But then if you have like 3D models you can't really see, rule set you're not entirely sure about, I suppose the thing is all the clarity. There is clarity in the game logic, but there is no clarity in the presentation. Therefore, the user is confused.
Yeah, but that's not the real event. You just get to play Hearthstone.
Yeah.
The real event is on the hour now. There was no indication of it whatsoever, and no indication that there was more to it than this one Hearthstone table in the middle of this place with a load of people trying to click to play. Then, every hour or so ish, it wasn't working on the timer at all. Every half hour now, whiz bang would appear and float above a void portal above the table, and then spawn 3 dudes to kill. And then you got loot. No indication of what loot.
Fuck.
I got some Hearthstone wild cards, which are cards that you can play near an active Hearthstone game to play the card on the table, disrupting other people's game, which I think is fun as an idea. But it was so weird to me. I didn't understand anything. The game didn't tell me that there were places in Stormwind.org to go. Because you get a mail that tells you to go celebrate Hearthstone, and it just pointed to the one in Valdrakken. So you didn't know there were ones in Stormwind.org also doing stuff, which means you just would have missed it. And if you showed it, like if you logged in, saw Hearthstone table, played a game, nothing happened and left,
There's no idea.
you'd be like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
How was that an anniversary? How was that an anniversary?
It was gilded in gold upon our roadmap.
An event?
It's major.
And then it's just here's some enemies to fight, and then you get stuff. And everyone's been having a terrible time. Everyone was having an awful, awful, awful time with it. Like, I just, God. Apparently loads of people doing it, though, because you get rewards.
Well,
I don't understand, but, you know,
roaring success.
people get a compass rose and a stone of hearth toy. I'm like...
Roaring success.
Also, the stone of hearth didn't even have a description.
Oh, yeah, on day one it was broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, this shit launched? Bro, why did you have, like, one person do this? Why did you call this an event? What are you doing your resources? I hope you have everyone working on 10.2.6 and the War Within. Because if this was like a thing, what the hell? Like, how is this confusing and broken and undercooked? I just literally don't get who did this and why. And also, people are pointing out that there's the Hearthstone Tavern is in the game files,
Yeah.
but not in the game.
Yeah.
You're like, bro,
Just completely scuffed.
bro, what? Oh, what? I like the logic of this is so. This feels like a 9.1 event. This is what it felt like. And no shade to the person who worked on it. Because I swear if there was more than one person who worked on this, I would start to question their efficacy as a business.
Well, think about
But,
like
this
all
is
of
so-
the logic and shit that they probably like made for that little Hearthstone mini game.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it do you know what it feels like a very so there's a thing, you know, whenever people sometimes do something to the standard of the box being ticked, but it's not really done.
Yeah.
It just feels, or even how, you know, people sort of say like, you know, haha, most of the 80% of the work is finishing the final 20%. You know, it's a bit like that. This is what happens when the final 20% isn't done. It's like you have all the ideas, the logic's there and the logic works, but, you know, it as a holistic thing doesn't work. It just has to meet the time. Yeah, it feels like it does feel a bit like a sort of a student project that was hacked into it. But it's not really a knock on the people involved. They were probably not given realistic. Or, you know, maybe they just didn't estimate, you know, how long it would take themselves or just whatever. It's probably just a production. Well, it's like all these things, production issue. Because no one ships that.
No,
no one wants to ship that.
Yeah, no one, not a chance. Not a chance, which is frustrating.
I should go back in time and delay Hearthstone.
Yeah.
So
No, but then the start point on this would have been delayed. It's fine. Yeah. Grim, here's the 10th anniversary of our beloved game. Fuck you.
I guess you think about this in any larger context.
Yeah, like
And you do get a bit of a like...
This is a disgrace.
Yeah, I suppose we accept it because it's like some little thing in WoW that we don't care about.
Yeah,
But imagine like Fortnite does a new event and it's broken.
Yeah. It only happens here.
Yeah, it only happens.
It doesn't
here.
happen anywhere else. It only happens in fucking World of Warcraft and in Overwatch. The only time people like make something, everyone goes, "What the fuck is that?" Everywhere else, it doesn't happen. Obviously, games launch busts and stuff like that, but it's not like no other like. The worst you'll get
You
for
heard
like
here first. Every other live service is perfect.
yeah, they're all dog shit. But like, things this embarrassing can only happen in World of Warcraft. It seems, at least that I see. Maybe there's stuff I don't see an awful lot of. But it's so
you're used to playing gacha games.
Yeah, where they're just
top delivered business.
yeah. Swear to God, I'm chill like oh, what? There's a new thing. Oh, it's brilliant, fantastic. What's that? 2 weeks and it's unique and it's fun and it's engaging and it's rewarding. Unbelievable. What's that? You've just made a fucking browser like rip off of an old Flash game using your characters for the crack. Great, wonderful, fantastic. I had 5 minutes of fun. This is great.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then you go, this is like the 10th year anniversary of one of our strongest video games that we love.
I mean, that's
Hearthstone. Here's a half-baked minigame that doesn't work that well. Here's an event that is kind of nothing. And
shut up and
That's
look at the rewards.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, that I don't mean this. I don't mean this to sound rude or an attack, but that sounds like survivorship bias from your perspective. It almost certainly is. Definitely, almost certainly is. It's just also
the mats
don't see much like
the
it.
mats that played all those other games are dead.
Yeah,
So
thank God.
we're stuck with this one.
Sorry, I mean, it should have been me. No. Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, I play gacha stuff, so obviously, but like even when the events in 14 are boring, they fucking work.
Yeah.
Or they're like, they have a plan, they have something cool. Whereas this is like,
it's the software.
Stick some stick some decent rewards on some enemies that spawn every hour, and that'll do. It actually feels like World of Warcraft players are pigs been called to the fucking trough. Like, that's what these events feel like to me.
Mount, so we going.
Yeah, it just, come on, little peas, here's your slop. Eat your slop. Drink your, fight your slop and get your slop mount reward. It feels like that, and it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, like, what is the, big picture,
even there's Dr. Boom. He throws some fucking bombs.
Who's Dr. Boom?
Hearthstone Dr. Boom.
Oh, yes.
He throws some fucking bombs, and you're like, that's perfect. As the most raw MVP, that is fucking boiled chicken breast in video game form. Like, that is what's dinner? Instant ramen for dinner, but you didn't even put the fucking seasoning packet on it.
It's like, the way to do this as a good crossover event would be to take notable, inspiration from notable things in Hearthstone and maybe turn it into like a little, boss gauntlet, or, create like, a little thing.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine the praises I'd be singing if someone at Blizzard were like, right, we're going to give this a bit of time and energy and resources. Yeah. How about we make one of the cool solo adventures from Hearthstone in WoW? Yeah. What if we try that? And then I would be like, absolutely beautiful. This is great. And you've done a great service to Hearthstone.
Do you know what they could do?
Wow.
They could rerun it then every year.
Yeah.
And because
slop.
Because some content of, I guess that's the thing. This is doing an event to tick a box, but it hasn't created any content of value. And if they had have taken this as the opportunity to do something like what you said, which would take actual production work, but they would have made something of value, and then they could rerun that every year.
Yeah.
I
fucking blows.
It only happens here.
It's so disappointing that they just.
I mean, so of course, Matt, especially speaking as a lifelong diehard Hearthstone player.
I loved Hearthstone for like a year or two. Yeah. I played the shit of that. But it's like, I think, you know what my problem is? It's literally seeing events from gacha everywhere I fucking go. Because even like I saw people talk about the Honkai Star Rail there. I was thinking about that. Not that I've played it. Seeing people talk, or seeing like a friend of mine play Limbus Company. Just when shit happens, they're just like, fucking off to the races we go here. Here's some of the coolest shit you ever saw in your life. I don't know why Blizzard can't put story into events.
I think
or
something
framing,
here
contextual
is
framing. Why is there not a fucking story attached to this?
So with your gacha game, the gacha, like, that is the game. The events are the game. That's how they make their money. In Fortnite, those events and releases are the game, are the money. Yeah. Here, is this just slop?
Slop to keep you from dropping your sub, like.
Yeah, it's log in and get a mount.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. That's its job. This isn't WoW's bread and butter. This isn't how WoW intends to keep people resubbed. This, what that dev work that goes into making Goku and Vegetable fight in Fortnite, that is them making Fortnite. Whereas with World of Warcraft, no, they're making the next expansion and the next raid, because this is a content-driven game rather than an event-driven hell. So I guess that's the problem. WoW isn't a big event-driven game; it's an MMO. So at least their work goes into the MMO, and then these things are the afterthought. But then when it's an afterthought, it's like,
why bother? Like,
it's like, why bother? It's almost like that you have served this to me, a customer, is almost like offensive.
Yeah, I'd rather go hungry than fucking log into this. Like, I'd rather not. I'd rather not log into this.
Not even to get a Hearthsteed recolor.
See, that's like.
And what about your Hearthstone manhole cover, or your 36 slot bag, or your Hearth of Stone?
Yeah, I know people like getting that stuff. I know I don't give a single fuck. Like,
bags.
So I'm definitely,
though, bro.
Like, I'm very biased. When
Engage to get bag.
Yeah.
Engage to get bag. There. That's That's like the name of a Zoomer self-help book. Very good. Well,
yeah, like someone there mentioned like Elise the Starseeker and friends take you on an adventure. Happy 10th anniversary. Like, what is wrong with them that they can't slap a handful of fucking quests into the game?
They don't have,
and make them be quests.
They don't have the developers,
bro. They've got a billion developers.
They need more.
Fucking fix your fucking production.
Do you remember when like Epic Games expanded to like bulk up the Fortnite team, and they were just running at an infinity sprint?
Yeah,
and like people were talking about like how they're like, I'm so wealthy and so depressed.
Yeah, I don't know. I just sort of
don't bother.
Don't bother thinking about it.
No, I mean Blizzard, don't bother.
Don't bother, yeah.
This is all a waste of time.
Yeah,
this doesn't.
Which is frustrating.
Like this is transitory at best, but it doesn't move the needle.
What if you did it well? I'd be sick.
Yeah. You should have a quality, and if you can't do things to the quality, don't try.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a weird thing to say, because that's not what you would say when you're starting a project or doing a startup or something. But it's different when you're delivering a live game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even it's like what you have to deliver has to have value.
Yeah.
That has very limited value to very limited people.
It's like I remember even it was going into Epcot and the Summer Food and Wine Festival and getting a ramen thing, and it was cold. And I'm like, what the fuck have you done to me, Mick? Fucking Mick and Bob screwing me over.
It's fucking dire. Like,
yeah.
Fucking dire.
Disney's so dead.
Oh, yeah.
I wish that we would get to do just like a theme park podcast so I could just trash Disney for days.
We talk about video games. You can trash Disney all you want.
That's what. Okay, this is the thing that I love about the Disney company.
They're shit at everything they do.
They've fucked everything.
Yeah.
So looking at their theme parks, like they're all okay. There's good shit going on in Asia, but insofar as like Orlando goes, it's all shit. Like a lot of their rides are so fucking old and like okay maintained.
Yeah.
There's such a like chronic lack of innovation. They're making everything more expensive in a way that's like super round. It's like so on the theme park side, almost everything like they took 5 years to clone the Tron ride. Meanwhile, Epic's Universal's just made a whole new park. So it's that level of shit. And then you look at Disney's movies. They're all bad. Like you actually like the Marvel stuff has turned into peak slop. I mean, it was kind of always pretty slop,
so
but it's turbo slop now.
I was listening to someone talk about the Marvels today, and I could not believe it.
I want to do what's right. All I know about the Marvels is I saw the trailers and thought it looked like just about the most embarrassing thing I'd seen being marketed to me, and I've been called the Maw Walker.
Yeah.
So yes, the Marvels looked very embarrassing. Madame Web looked very embarrassing. But Sony...
Madame Web is, from what I've heard, not really a movie. And they don't actually do anything. You know the way the movie...
I saw She-Hulk things. And you're like, why does she look like that? Why did you hit the release button on this? And then you hear of like VFX houses like... shipping new renders onto the streaming service.
Yeah.
So like all of Disney's movies have been shit. Their live action remakes have, I mean, they were always on. Whenever Miyazaki talks about AI and he's like, "This is an affront to the human soul" or whatever, like that's what that's what like live action Lion King is.
I think the sub is, I strongly believe that this is an insult to life itself.
That's it. So I feel like it's like Disney. There was a while where stuff's fine, and then I think with a lot of Marvel and what you call it.
Who knows? Who cares anymore?
Fucking
culture's dead.
I won't talk about that individual, but you know who the individual is.
I don't think I do. But
I'll say after. It's not somebody we know. It is actually related to our work, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, no. you know the way it's like with the Lion King remaster, it's like you're selling slop to morons.
Yeah. Well, that's business.
Yeah, true.
That's business now.
But you're like, you just look at like the entire Disney portfolio of like movies recently, and you're like, they've all failed.
Yeah, it's all.
But like you look at it, you're like, how you've had so many goes at it, and you fucked them all.
Yeah, because it's the same reason like video games are all dog shit.
You look at Disney and games as well.
Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. Video games are all dog shit. These have been the best 2 years. Well, best year and a bit so far for video games in history, if you play the right ones. But like the reason so many video games are absolute and utter dog shit is just because was it the American Dialect Society chose enshittification as the word of 2023?
Yeah, peak word.
Enshittification is what's globally happening, and I deeply think it's a cultural problem.
Oh my god!
I think it happens somewhat. It happens. It's like very Western centric. It's happening somewhat less in the East. Somewhat less still happening.
They released the Marvels, and then 12 days later they released Wish.
Yeah,
Wish is so fucking mid. Anyway, I suppose it's just funny because
you've got it. So big bum. They're suffering from a core issue of business management, attempting to turn every creative position into an interchangeable cogs. They don't have to pay people what they're worth. That's basically it. Like, it's all unbelievably fucked in like a deeply cultural level of how corporations are run and how things are actually handled and the way they're done. And that has like that has an ongoing effect that happens in literally everything ever. I guess everyone is being rapidly sapped of their will to live and their ability to do anything.
For like Disney, it's just been interesting because it's like you ran Marvel into the ground.
Oh, the Blade movie? Oh no.
You ran Marvel into the ground. You've ran Star Wars into the ground. Asterix and/or because it seems like that actually had a creative vision. I watched the first half of Kenobi.
Why would you do that?
It was insultingly bad. Just like basics.
Yeah.
And like, why'd you have to bring Child Leia? What are you all huffing? How do you think any of the... Oh, yeah,
no one's good at anything anymore.
Anyway, yes, Disney company. Very funny. I mean, I would say, right, I'm definitely Team Universal from a theme park perspective, but man, seeing what they're doing with the Monsterverse juxtaposed with Godzilla -1.
Like, to be fair to the Monsterverse, it seems a little bit like it's like slop by design in the same way Transformers is. So I'm going to assume there's some element of intentionality there.
I think they're getting...
There's some parts of it that I see like that trailer and I laugh, but I go, this could kind of go slightly hard in some ways.
No, Monsterverse. Do you know what happened, right? They tried to do... I don't know why I'm saying like they tried to start with Fast and Furious, but instead of going to Fast and Furious 6 or 7, the one that people thought was good, I think they went straight to like Fast 9 or Fast 10, and it's a complete incomprehensible wank. It's very silly. Anyway, watch Godzilla -1. It has a reason to exist.
Oh, it is.
Unlike the Monsterverse movies, they don't have a reason to exist
except to make money
other
for
than
some
profit.
Moron. Yeah.
Very weird. Anyway.
Good.
Anyway. Giznap Lamau. Very bad.
This is a WoW podcast. It's actually 2 Irishmen doing posting.
Yeah. Congratulations, you worked it out. But of course, the thing is that ultimately we're all actually very pretty bullish on the War Within.
Stop using fucking stock terms. You're not invested in the War Within. I hate this. This is the whole thing.
Look,
I need to invest in my MMO.
I need to keep doing this.
Is my time worth? No.
I need my...
Play the fucking game!
I need my Jim Cramer soundboard of like little things so I can make stupid noises.
Play the game and have fun!
Do you know what I did at work today?
What?
Played WoW and had fun.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
But I slept in and edited the Lore Walking podcast and I ate too much food. Oh, dear. Yeah, fucking... Oh, stop.
Yeah, there is a lot of it. It's like... Actually, touch grass can mean just fucking go do an old raid for Transmog and stop worrying about it all.
Literally just like... I'm very close to advocating for like government-funded lobotomies. Like,
Well, now we're talking.
I'm straight just like...
Now, I know this guy, Bob Iger. Now, his slop for morons strategy has recently ran aground. Now, his slop ain't going to get any better. Therefore, I feel like the lobotomies may be the only solution.
Yeah.
I know that all sounds very offensive, but you know, we live in a world where people get to tweet about how they think Game of Thrones Season 8 was good, and they also expect to be held in some sort of serious regard as creatives.
Yeah.
God, why did that enter my mind? Oh,
I don't know. Not the... Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Who could that possibly be referencing?
Yeah. Thanks to the super P-Bigs. We're at the point where capital is trying to strip the copper wire out of everything because just making good things doesn't make line go up anymore. Yeah. So, like, I think that individuals can still have a decent time and be self-efficient and stuff and all that in the world. But that is definitely the, like, you look at the video game industry or the, like, any media industry and you see that it's like, the free ride of infinite growth has ended. Now people have to. I think
there's an uncomfortable truth. So
we're out of shit to mine.
Well, talking about the game industry layoffs.
Yeah.
A lot of the modern games industry has been not driven by quality and efficiency. It's been driven by other things, right? Like,
what if we expand rapidly and not train any staff?
It's like whenever I say that a lot of those job cuts, like, probably there's a way in which some sense could exist there.
The job cuts entirely make sense.
It's like, more me saying, like, a lot of these companies seem to be really inefficient, really bloated, not particularly good at the actual core craft of making games. Probably grew to, probably just had all of the flippin' Bob Iger people, all of the MBAs coming in. And then, of course, the bit that sucks is, well, congratulations, you work at a big, inefficient company that's fucked everything.
Yeah.
And now you don't have a job anymore, and it's not your fault because you're good at your job.
Yeah.
Or could be good at your job, under the right circumstances. So, it's weird. And, even pre-AI hype, you look at, like, engineers talking about what they actually shipped when they worked at Google or Twitter. And you're like, holy fuck, did you guys call that a job?
Yeah.
Right? And this is not like me playing up in the whole, this is my day in the life as a product manager.
Like,
I went to 5 meetings and ate free food.
Like, there is a case where, like, that was a symptom.
Yeah.
That was a symptom of the underlying problem of there was just free money and people were spending it willy-nilly.
I guess it's that
as
thing
opposed
where
to staying relatively lean with their expenditure and stuff like that.
Small business has to be more efficient.
Yeah.
Like, literally can't afford not to be. So then it's that thing of, like, once you become disproportionately, once you're earning disproportionate money, you will then become less efficient, and I suppose, that bubble just burst with games where you have all of these just lumbering corpse fiend companies with too many people in them.
I have been playing a lot of FromSoft recently. I played some of Dark Souls 2. I finished a full run of Dark Souls 1 last weekend for the crack, and I played about 50 hours of Elden Ring over the past few weeks. I cannot help but look at the worlds that Miyazaki and his crew have built and just go, oh, this is real life. It's all a thinly veined allegory for outside my fucking building. And that's what it feels. It feels like there's a lot of that. Just like, man, fuck.
Imagine if they and that's them being in Japan.
Yeah.
A society that generally seems to have, a decent bit of order and pretty clean streets. Everyone goes to Japan, they're like, the first thing they're like, simultaneously, there are no bins and everywhere's clean. Imagine if Miyazaki lived in Belfast. And was making content inspired by outside.
Oh, yeah. People think Demon Souls is sadistic. Jesus Christ. I think he would make a game that just kills you.
I remember a friend of ours, like, he was talking about, is it Larry and Friend? It might be. It was something to do with, like, somebody just, like, pissed on their door.
That makes sense down there. Like, that makes sense down there.
Yep, Dublin's shithole.
Yeah. So's up here these days.
Belfast's also a shithole. Yeah. But I think
Ever's a shithole.
Dublin's a little bit more of a shithole, but also Dublin is Dublin is like way more expensive than Belfast. So it's like your money will go way further in Belfast. And that's even as we are being inflated into oblivion. But I think like Dublin's like one of the most expensive places to live in the
It's fucked.
in the EU. Wild.
They have
Wild. It's
ruined
crazy.
that so bad.
Yeah.
Which is really frustrating from like a perspective of living here. I'm like, I would love United Ireland. Actually,
No.
Actually,
No, it's not. No.
it might go horribly wrong.
We're just going to instantly get into a no true Scotsman with each other, and the North will invade.
That sounds good, actually. Can I die in war? No, I wouldn't want to die. I wouldn't want to die against the Irish. No. Sounds like the Irish San Francisco. Yeah, that's a lot of the vibes. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, Dublin's getting a bit San Francisco.
Yeah, whoops, we've mismanaged everything.
Put
now
it
it's
this
fucked.
way. Thomas is heading to GDC soon, and there's like full on like lists of, this place is safe, this place isn't safe, that place isn't safe. By the way, only order cans because your drink will get spiked. And you're like, what
Insane.
the fuck is going on here?
I love that so much. It's so dire. I love it in the way I love like a Souls game. It's like, oh, what's this? That's some half rotting undead cunt that's gonna fucking like, or what's his name? Oscar's name is the one who like goes to kill the firekeepers. Like, you're just a cunt. You're just a rotten cunt to the inside, and I know why. And who's that in the cave? That's the woman who can't talk and she's blind because she's the physical manifestation of the fire, barely there. Sweet. Orlando, that's a lovely big place. Oh, the sun's fake. Class.
So
Unbelievable.
Okay, so you know what is outside where I will be going to after this stream. That bar, that sports club,
Yeah.
and an orange hall. So if I made a video game based on what we routinely see outside at like 3 in the morning,
Yeah.
Miyazaki'd have something else coming. Dark Souls would look like Shaun the Sheep.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Do you ever just go around and kill it? Yeah, that's like my backstreets.
Like, I want a game with Smicks in it. You hit them and they go, mate! Yo! Just make all their funny little Smick noises.
That'll be a really good mod for like Undead Burger DS one.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So now that we've thoroughly lost the run of ourselves, I mean, I think the good thing though is whenever this goes to our boy Ellis to be cut and so on, I feel like since he's from Scotland, he'll probably know what we mean.
Aye.
Yeah.
Enough.
Oh no, we are from San Francisco, so all the Americans know what we mean too. Isn't it great? We all have a shared language of squalor.
Squalor is the term. Like, it's just squalor. I have this. It's why I like the word shitification so much.
Yeah.
Because every time I'm like, if you said, well, okay, could you describe society in a few words? I'd just be like, decay, rot, squalor, pestilence. I just say words like that. The first thing that come to mind. There.
But you can rest easy knowing the dungeoning and the war within is going to be hella good. Oh.
As the world crumbles around your very fucking abode, you will at least have some video games to play that don't suck.
That's it. Just don't look forward to any game-related anniversary events done by Blizzard Entertainment.
Yeah.
But do look forward to the World of Warcraft made by Blizzard Entertainment, because it generally actually is pretty fucking good. You know, it was funny going through, Dazar'alor and Nilotha and all those things for the stuff that I'm
the olden days.
doing. But, like, those are some good-ass raids. I mean, Nilotha a bit less so, that was budget. It felt like. But, like, going through Dazar'alor, you're like...
As much as Nilotha was budget, it at least had vibes.
Yeah, it had vibes.
It had vibes that really wanted.
I think it was just the ending. The ending, and then I think also Blizzard's response to the ending, which was just like, well, what? We defeated the boss. Like, really? That is not the point. But it's weird because it's like BFA, if free from its systems, like BFA, if it just had the basics of Dragonflight, would still have something, because like even when you're going through the raid and the character's like Zandalar forever, I'm just like, shut the fuck up. I get it. Black Panther was really big in America. I don't give a fuck. Stop it. You've just simultaneously made Black Panther and the Zandalari Trolls worse by making them a pop culture reference just because you like it. It's like, that's the stuff that I would see, and it's like, okay, well, that's creatively bankrupt. But I suppose creatively bankrupt is a pretty good summation of some of the narrative in that era. But anyway, just going through the raid and stuff, you know, you're like, man, some cool events. Jaina, what a fight. Really cool fight. Dazar'alor,
definitely regret not
full of spectacle.
Not raiding for Dazar'alor.
See, I didn't raid for Dazar'alor. I also didn't raid for Eternal Palace. And I actually haven't went there yet, so soon I'll be going into Eternal Palace, seeing what you can do on, like, soloing it in Mythic. LFR's cakewalk for all that. Unless a boss is, like, literally impossible because of, like, you can cheese Mithrax, but he'll mind control you, and then because there's no enemy target, he despawns. But yeah, I'm, like, excited, and it's part of the reason why I want to make this video, and then another video about just all of the raids, is because there is a level of, like, spectacle and cinematic flair in WoW's raids, especially, I mean, it's definitely there in MoP. I mean, a lot of it's there in all of the raids thing, like ICC and stuff, but like, yeah, from like Legion onwards, it's really there. And it's just a good experience. And if you're doing those on Heroic, or, I mean, mostly Mythic, I mean, if you have a Heroic geared character, you could squash those Mythics. But like, the fights are on Mythic difficulty, they'll like last a few minutes if it's Ny'alotha. They won't last that long if it's Aldir, because, you know, health scaling goes wee. But like, you actually get to experience like, oh, this is a big fucking cool raid with, you know, cool little set pieces, and even just the way the storytelling is handled when you go into the final segment of Dazar'alor, and you get like the voiceover from like the survivor dude, and yeah, it like sells Jaina being scary. And it's just like, yeah, fuck, some good shit. It just makes me think, man, isn't it a shame that we had to deal with all of that systems bullshit, and then the whatever the hell Shadowlands was from a creative standpoint? Because you're like, if you just backported the systems of Dragonflight, imagine if you had like the systems of Dragonflight, but like some of the content of like a Legion, you know, you'd just be absolutely so peak.
Yeah, I mean,
so unbelievably peak.
Isn't that what I've been saying since BFR? Like, you've systematically destroyed your game.
Yeah,
you've jammed your game full of stuff and ruined all the content by virtue of making it worse.
But now they've systematically undestroyed the game, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like, I suppose, yeah, if that sort of core creative spark that helped Legion, you know, go, if that's still there in War Within, and the systems continue to be as good as they have been, you know, we're in a really good spot.
100%.
We just kind of enjoy Doom posting because we're bastards.
Yeah. It's a nice release valve for thoughts. Now you can go and you can spew all your venom out online and then go and have a good day. That's what happens. I think that's what happens. I mean, like,
I think sometimes it's like, because of like cultural differences, like across the pond, they'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe these guys really think, oh my God, they must be so unhappy all the time. Well, that's for a different reason.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, but that's
even
not
that.
Yeah, let's not get into that bit. Like, yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
I'm not about to sit here and smile and say everything's fucking rosy like Emma. It would be untruthful.
Especially when it is.
Yeah. That's also I think.
I was, you know, it's funny. The good way to sum it up was a friend's dad's review of Dunkirk, the Christopher Nolan film, where he said, I liked it, but where was all of the gallows humor? And you're like, yeah, there's the difference.
Very good.
But anyhow, that is that. We will see you next week on the 19th of March or the 20th of March if you, like us, are second-class citizens not playing on the American servers.
We will have
But it's fine,
to play.
because we will have a game that has, or an event, a limited time special event that will have been, even though, you know, most of the population won't get a version that is being tested by other people, but we will. We will be getting the American concierge experience from all of our NA friends, literally playing the game while we sleep, so that by the time we are able to play it, it has all its bugs fixed.
It'll be like the reverse of D-Day.
Reverse D-Day, let's go.
Yeah, that's all right. There's the beaches, boys. Good luck.
So there's a problem with Reverse D-Day.
Yeah.
I'd really rather not be the ones that are on Omaha. The Americans kind of call it the nasty. They call it the nasty beach.
Brutal. Fucking brutal.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Did I?
Well, there's no easy segue out of where Matt just took us.
Did I just playing a game that's maybe slightly buggy to
storming the beaches?
Storming the beaches. Yes. Did I mean it? Yes. Oh dear.
While. Hey, I'm legitimately looking forward to it. I think next week will be... Look,
yeah, same.
No matter what, it'll be interesting. I dare to think it may even be fun. As Holly Longdale cycles up the motorway on a unicycle with both of her eye patches on, and probably against the traffic as well. And, oh boy. I've seen a lot of, like, American highway accidents. They're spooky.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, so I didn't know this. There's a regulation now for 18-wheeler trucks to have like more proper skirting, because they used to have a really big problem of people going, in between where the clusters of wheels are, and then, getting mulched. So that it was a good conversation. We just landed in Orlando. We got into the Uber and we're like immediately talking about that. It was great fun.
Beautiful.
Probably a common sense regulation to not have people, not turn all of our 18-wheeler trucks into man mulchers.
Yeah, sounds sensible enough to me. So I got slightly distracted because Wowhead are on crack, and they decided to suggest that, the Whirling Steel from the Shadowpan Brewmaster and Warcraft Monks.
Oh, Whirling Steel, the new character we invented and have copyrighted and trademarked.
Yeah, the one that increases your power points. They're just like, they seem to be taking inspiration from somewhere on Twitter, and they posted a gif of Aurelia from League with blades around her. And I'm like, where the fuck was Aurelia? What was Aurelia inspired by? Fucking tell me. Yeah, cunts.
I'm confused.
So, the prospect of someone saying League of Legends was inspirational specifically in some way, when League is the most fucking second run inspiration shit of all time, the most down the river.
Yeah.
Dreaming.
Yeah,
did you ever hear Wusha? Cunts. Anyway. Yeah.
Oh man, you can't say the C word, dude.
Yeah.
You're not talking to Irish or Australians.
It's actually fine. I was just like, wow, unbelievable. I can't believe the inspiration is clearly from Magliel from Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Duh.
That game looks insane.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I played for like 27, 28 hours. And the story ends at like 14 hours in. You're just like, just play the end game for another 10.
Well, I like checking our guild Discord and you're like, oh my god, the game's ending. And then 2 hours you're like, oh my god, the game is still ending. You're like, why have they just done 4 endings back to back with ever increasing scale and spectacle? Gotcha money.
Yeah, they did. They ended the game 4 times in a row. That's the worst story in a game I've played in a long time. It's so bad. It's so dog shit. Like, it's the most. They just wrote like you could have written that shit in an afternoon at most. Like,
is it just all rule of cool and then?
Yeah, it's rule of cool and then combined with like only one character actually getting any development whatsoever, and it's not one of your characters. It's fucking dark, but the game is really cool. I love it.
There you go.
Yep.
That's all you need.
Still a solid 8, and the end game's really fun.
That I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard it's really good.
If anyone is interested in seeing how progression hooks directly into your brain, play Grand Blue Relink. That is straight up. That is crack.
Are there any lessons WoW could learn from it?
Yes. It is give you progression. give you progression
There we go.
in a load of different directions.
To
that point in one thing.
developers, the answer is give us more progression. Oh no!
The answer is give us.
no,
The
Carl.
answer is yeah. The answer is give us progression in ways that like feel meaningful. So everything you do will give you a thing. That's one of the reasons Crest and Flightstones like help this game out a lot in Mythic Plus numbers, because you turn around and go, right, okay, I'm now doing a Mythic dungeon. I'm getting items. I'm getting stuff.
THD was right all along.
THD was wrong because of artifact power being an eternal grind that sucks balls. In the context of how MMOs work and against each other. A lot of what works in gachas and in Grand Blue Relink is because those games are fundamentally not MMOs and they aren't time-limited blasts of progress.
And that takes us back to our discussion about being an MMO developer is probably one of the worst fates a human can experience.
That's where World of Warcraft continually has a problem of being
Not to
MMO.
overblow it.
And yeah, like you say, Epic Awesome sucks. The answer is healthy progression, i.e. Monster Hunter for the last 20 years. Monster Hunter, by virtue of being single player and co-op and long time, is cut off from times, devoid of any inclination to real time. You could play a Monster Hunter over 6 months, or you can play it over a month, whatever you want to. You can't play World of Warcraft over 6 months.
Yeah.
When the game isn't designed for you to play it over 2 months because of how the meta works and how things like that go.
But whatever I say, like, you know, it's hell. That's not a knock at Blizzard. I just mean it's inherently designing a theme park MMO is inherently super goddamn hard. I know that Sandbox has got a lot of its own challenges. For my brain, I would rather be working on a Sandbox thing like any day over a lot of but anyway, no, interesting discussion, but one we can bench. But point is, it is an attempt at empathy for the undoubtedly very hard position.
And one of the big
in.
If there was a lesson to be learned from what they could do is honestly more stuff that's devoid from the seasonality of the game. Like this is something we talked about a long time during Shadowlands and stuff like that.
Expansionality.
It is go for horizontal progression. That is something you can do outside of the season. That is there. You do a Death of Chromie, but it takes you 6 weeks to do because there's that much length to the progression. There's that much like here's your like. It's kind of the same thing they kind of got sort of right with Mythic Plus and like the scaling difficulty. Is what if you just go, well, here's. Like even Torghast was like getting there. It's just Torghast was inherently fucked because it was tied to that, and also we
just needed Shadowlands to last for another 2 years, so we could just get a few more patches in Torghast. We were almost there.
Yeah, it's like to go back to that. It's like they're not bad at that when they do it. They do have a slight problem with the solidness of pacing and the last parts of their things always being make this over and relevant and too easy, because they did that. I don't know if it's the same people.
You mean the end of the
talent tree being, the end of the talent tree being your god now, because they did that with the Death of Chromie. They did that with they technically did that with Legion Fall. So that's like another one. They did it with Torghast, and they did it with Horrific Visions.
I think
where you walk
some
in,
of the reason why you can see though, just because it's an MMO, you
wouldn't make
that's
that fun. Like
it's like you'd only have the end cap thing be that if you were doing an MMO.
Yeah, it's like I think that's actually fun, but I think it's like it comes a little bit too quick to me.
Yeah,
like specifically like Death of Chromie, you can crack it in a day.
Yeah,
you can crack it in a day. Where it's like I'd love to see a line of. Let's say a line of like progression that just like here's like almost like here's Brawler's Guild, but you need to get Big Brawler's Guild talent tree and
I'm excited for whenever that comes
and tear it out of the seasonal gearing progress. And that's one of the big problems. I think like it's fundamentally World of Warcraft as it was originally built, and World of Warcraft how it would potentially be better positioned today requires fundamental re-architecturing, because your character and your character's power is the core of everything.
Yeah.
So to remove your character's power from that to put you in a different sandbox is inherently very, very difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, another example of what to look at. Basically, I think they could honestly look at any modern RPG release and just be like, that's what we want.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Not that one. Not that one. Not that. Look at a modern Japanese RPG release. Let's say that. Just because I'm thinking of like watching Tom play a lot of Yakuza. Sorry, Like a Dragon. playing a load of Infinite Wealth, and me just been like, bro.
Plenty of WoW devs love that shit.
Yeah. And it's like that. That's where the more inspiration they can draw from that stuff, because that stuff really, really, really fucking works super well in terms of side progression and mini games and side stuff. And even like, well, I don't really know anything about Rebirth, so on top of that. And P3R is an old game, so it doesn't count. That's more classic dungeon crawler kind of style. But there's certainly a load of things they could do with that progression wise. So I think that's ultimately the core of it is.
I think for a lot of that big stuff, something that'll be War Within patch or, or Midnight. I guess like where I'd sort of bring things to a close is with these dungeon changes, with some of the hopes that I have for Delves, and kind of just more of current WoW. Current WoW being, I think, broadly pretty good. Also, seemingly some narrative stuff changing, some direction changing. We did a video on just how it really seems... Just Dragonflight was odd, but it really feels like it's odd because plans changed. The way that suddenly we're like, hello, Bronze Dragon patch. Actually, this is the start of the World Soul Saga. So, broadly, I'm actually feeling really good about WoW. This is actually one of the most sort of fun I've had in a stream in ages. Funny, it probably directly correlates to me just spending a decent segment of this afternoon just enjoying WoW.
Funny
Stuff.
Funny
that,
yeah. Turns out if you want to play the game and have fun, you'll have fun playing the game.
Just as opposed to, being stuck in analysis mode all the time.
Yeah.
That's sort of the thing. So, that's the crack. As it stands, Matt, it's pretty much 11. I think it's, time for us to go. We shall be back next week, where I am sure we will have something to talk about.
I'd be really disappointed if we didn't.
That would be confusing.
Here's the event. It's like 30 minutes of gameplay. Have fun.
Yep. Holly just tweets, I just took both my eye patches off. I don't know where I am. Help, I'm lost.
Yeah.
But no, I at least think they're going to try to take a pretty valiant swing. And I'm here for the effort.
Unbelievable.
So there we go. On that crazy note, have a nice weekend. If you want a tip in WoW, I would say go do some Legion raids on Mythic. Try some BFA ones, maybe in Mythic, maybe in Heroic.
Do whatever you vibe with. Get some cool gear. Soak up some pretty cool vibes. Spend 6 hours looking at transmog in your character.
There you go. Go to the Reddit. Go to the transmogrification Reddit.
No, don't do that.
It gives people ideas. It gives people ideas. That's a good place. But anyway, I suppose on that, thanks for tuning in. We will see you next week. And, unless there's anything else from you, Matt.
No, I think I've shelled everything I want to this week.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's on the gacha payroll.
Yeah. I wish I was. God, I wish. Like,
if you were, would it be cash? I mean, if you were, would it be cash flow positive though?
Oh yeah. I'm actually complete. Where'd my? Okay, cool. My watch just shouted at me to charge it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't spend that much money on gacha.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Yeah, yeah.
I'm reasonable. I spend all of my money on other things, such as a new graphics card, and also I've bought 8 games on Steam in the sale.
So you're talking about that in the members Discord.
Yeah.
Good haul.
Yeah, and it's just gonna grow because it was 7, and then I woke up and saw a tweet saying .hack GU last recorded the full title is was like £4. I'm like, I'm never gonna play that, but that's where we live in.
Well, that is how Gabe is a billionaire.
Exactly, because I know I'll have that game forever, which wouldn't be the case if I bought it on any other platform.
True.
Because who knows if I'll buy a PS6 because Sony are fucking useless and don't make any games anymore. So, cool.
Gabe has the kill switch.
Yeah, and someone was Tara saying about Unicorn Overlord. I'd love to play that, but it's not on PC, so I will simply wait until Vanillaware stop being weird. They had a whole big thing where they're like, yeah, we don't really want to put it on PC. Everyone's like, bro, fucking do it. So maybe they will.
Wow, entitled gamer.
Yeah, a little bit, I guess.
Oh dear. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We shall see you next week.